Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to our council meeting for Wednesday, August the 13th, 2025. I'm going to call our meeting to order at 7 p.m. We're going to start with the Penetanguishene land acknowledgement. Penetanguishene respectfully acknowledges that we are on the traditional and treaty territory of the Nishnawbe people and their ancestors. Now known as the Williams Treaty Tri-Council, comprised of Bosley First Nation, Rama First Nation, and the Georgina Island First Nation, Alderville, Curve Lake, Hiawatha, and the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nations. Also once home of the Huron-Wendat, and more recently the historic settlement of the Métis. Penetanguishene is now home to many Indigenous peoples. Penetanguishene is proud of its Indigenous name, and more importantly that for thousands of years it has been and will continue to be an important homeland and gathering place for Indigenous people. We recognize that we are the stewards and caretakers of these lands and waters, and are responsible to ensure that our Mother the Earth is here for future generations. Councillor Marchand, do you have the French version, or Councillor? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Reconnaissance officielle du territoire de la ville de Penetanguishene. Penetanguishene reconnaît avec respect que nous sommes situés sur le territoire traditionnel et de traité du peuple Anishinaabeg et de ses ancêtres maintenant connus sous le nom du territoire des Premières Nations visé par les traités Williams. Il s'agit du Conseil tripartite des Chippewas, composé de la Première Nation de Beau-Soleil, de la Première Nation de Rama, de la Première Nation de Georgian Island, de la Première Nation d'Alderville et de la Première Nation du Curve Lake, de la Première Nation de Hiawatha et la de la Première Nation des Mississaugas du Scugog Island. De plus, Penetanguishene était jadis le lieu de résidence des Huron-Wendat et plus récemment d'un établissement métis historique. La ville héberge aujourd'hui de nombreux peuples autochtones. Penetanguishene est fier de son nom autochtone et le plus important du fait que pendant des milliers d'années, elle était et continuera d'être un important territoire et lieu de rassemblement des peuples autochtones. Nous reconnaissons que nous sommes les intendants et gardiens de cette terre et de ses eaux et que nous sommes responsables de veiller à ce que notre mère, la terre, soit présentée pour les générations à venir.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Again, welcome everyone to our council meeting this evening. Council, I'm going to ask us if we can stand. And Councillor Marchand, would you guide us in our council commitment, please?
Engagement du Conseil pour la ville de Penetanguishene. Nous sommes reconnaissants des nombreuses grâces accordées à Penetanguishene et à ses citoyens, dont la liberté, les possibilités et la paix dont nous jouissons. Que nous soyons des intendants dignes de tout ce que nous ont été confié. Nous demandons que toutes les personnes présentes et celles qui n'ont pas pu se présenter nous aident à promouvoir une bonne gouvernance. Que nos décisions à titre du membre du Conseil soient éclairées et que nous soyons toutes renforcées à prendre conscience de nos devoirs et responsabilités. Que l'on nous accorde la sagesse, les connaissances, la volonté et la compréhension qui nous permettent de préserver la bonne fortune de la ville au bénéfice de tous et tous, ainsi que de faire des bonnes lois et prendre de sages décisions. Merci pour votre présence.
Thank you, Councillor Marchand. Councillor Vadabunker, please.
Thank you, Worship. Council commitment for the town of Penetanguishene. We are grateful for the many gifts which have been bestowed on Penetanguishene and its citizens, including the gifts of freedom, opportunity, and peace that we enjoy. May we be worthy custodians of all that has been entrusted to us. We ask that all in attendance and those who could not be here assist us in promoting good government. May our decisions as members of council be enlightened, and may we all be strengthened in our awareness of our duties and responsibilities. May we be granted the wisdom, knowledge, will, and understanding to preserve the good fortune of the town for the benefit of all, make good laws and wise decisions. Thank you all for attending.
Thank you, Councillor Vadabunker. Emily, if you don't mind playing our public service announcement, please.
Hello, and welcome to this evening's council meeting. Before we start, just a few messages. For those that require the washrooms are located just outside of council chambers, to the right, down the hall. Town hall is protected by a single source fire alarm system. Should the fire alarm activate, please exit the building through the rear doors or the side doors. Make your way down to the parking lot closest to the church. In the event of a medical emergency, please dial 911. The address for Town Hall is number 10 Robert Street West in Penetanguishene. And I'd like to remind everyone that we have a public access defibrillator just outside of council chambers. I wish you a safe and good council meeting. Bonsoir et bienvenue à la ville de Penetanguishene et à la salle de conseil. Avant que nous commençons ce soir, une couple de messages. Si vous avez besoin de les chambres de bain sont situées juste à l'extérieur de la salle de conseil, au bout du corridor à votre droite. La salle de conseil est protégée d'un système alarme à feu de 1 stage. Si l'alarme à feu sonne, veuillez quitter la salle de conseil par les portes à l'arrière ou de côté et on se rejoint dans le stationnement près de l'église. En cas de problèmes médicaux, veuillez signaler le 911. L'adresse ici est le numéro 10 rue Robert-Ouest à Penetanguishene. Et je veux vous rappeler qu'il y a un défibrillateur public juste à l'extérieur de la caserne. Je vous souhaite une bonne soirée. Merci. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily, for that. All right, we're going to move on. If you're here this evening, you'd like to address council on any items, we have an agenda item in a little bit called open forum. You're welcome to come to the podium and address council about any items. There is a separate part of the agenda tonight. We'll have a public meeting regarding 39 Point Street. So if you're here for that, we'll have a separate part of the agenda. But if you do wish to address council on anything, I just have you go to the Madam Clerk and register if you've not already done that, please. We'll move on number 5, council, to approve the agenda. We have a motion that reads that the agenda of the regular council meeting for August the 13th, 2025 be approved as presented. It's moved by Councilor Roux, second by Deputy Mayor. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. 6 is declaration of opinion or interest. Any members of council have a declaration this evening? Seeing none, we'll move on. 7 are open forums. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address council on anything that you would like to address council about. Madam Clerk, has anyone come forward to address council?
Thank you, Your Worship. This evening, there's 2 members of the public registered for open forum. The first is Irene Lau, and she's here to speak in regards to Rotary Park Amphitheater roof.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you. You have 2 minutes, and thanks for being here.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of council and staff. I'm sure we can all agree that at the amphitheater at the Champlain-Wendat Rotary Park is a wonderful community draw. With the waterfront Bayside concerts every Friday night, there's seldom an empty seat and lots of grass space always taken up. I'm here today because I'm aware that the budget meeting with councillor and/or staff is approaching quickly. Hopefully, there will be some consideration with regards to putting up a new cover or shelter and replacing the existing, mostly decorative cover at the amphitheater. The current one provides very little shade on extremely sunny, humid days, as well as no protection for the musicians and their extensive and expensive equipment in the event of forecasted rain, and then chances are the event gets canceled. It is not always easy to tear down the equipment quickly. As you know, the Penetanguishene Museum has a covered amphitheater for the bands, and that has served us so well in all seasons. We have the Santa Claus down there in the wintertime. We have Canada Day, and even if it rains, the bands continue to play. There are various shelves or roof with or without sides that we can look at. If you like, I can provide the town clerk with some photos that other municipalities are using. Another consideration for the safety of all concerned would be an upgrade to the electrical system. Perhaps more outlets that could be installed to avoid the extension cords for the long musical cords for the musical instruments. I'm hoping that council and staff will give this subject serious consideration since our waterfront is very unique and has the potential to have many more activities and festivals through the years to come. Hopefully this gets some consideration in the budgetary meetings. Thank you.
Thanks for bringing forward your comment and your ideas. There is opportunities as well to provide feedback like that during public consultation. We do surveys and the like. Staff have heard that. Whether it's in the budget, I can't tell yet. I don't know, but council's heard that, and we can ensure that when the due times bring it forward, we'll bring that forward for consideration. Madam Clerk, we have another person for open forum.
Thank you, Your Worship. The next is Angela Vos, and she's going to be speaking on behalf of Lori Santama in regards to Mom Stop the Harm.
Welcome. Thank you for being here. Again, the floor is yours. You'll have 2 minutes.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you, Mayor and Council, for having me here today. My name is Angela Voss. I am a grieving mom. I lost my son Jordan in 2020 to the toxic drug poisoning crisis. And I'm here today because August 31st is International Overdose Awareness Day. And it's time to act on the principles of harm reduction. It's time to remember the 55,000 people that have lost their lives to a toxic drug crisis in Canada. The 85 people here in Simcoe County already this year. Moms Stop the Harm members ask our mayors and our communities to come together to raise the International Overdose Awareness flag to half-mast in respect for those that we have not forgotten. And to sign the Moms Stop the Harm proclamation, standing together in dedication to reduce the harms that have been caused by the toxic drug crisis and the stigmas that prevent people and families from being supported within our communities. As a mother who has lost a child to the toxic drug crisis, remember to reach out to those families suffering a grief shadowed in stigma and ask them to attend Midland August 28th at 10 a.m. City Hall for a flag raising. Penetang, August 29th at 9:30 a.m. at City Hall, both hosted by Laurie St. Amand of Moms Stop the Harm. Also going on in our communities on International Overdose Awareness Day, August 31st, Aurelia's 5th annual walk at 1 p.m. starting at the library parking lot hosted by Joanne League. Barrie has a memorial at 7 p.m. at City Hall with Reverend Kristen Naylor of Ryan's Hope. Please join us for one or all of these events because we're stronger together. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela, for sharing with us tonight. And we'll for sure be raising the flag and look for the community support. And thank you for sharing with us. Madam Clerk, do you have anyone else for the moving forum this evening?
That's everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily, is there anyone online that'd like to address council this evening? All right, we're going to move on. Next item is statement by members, an opportunity for council to share with the community the work that they're doing on your behalf. I'm going to start with Councillor Roux, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. On July 23rd, I attended the Recreation Parks and Trails strategy presentation at the Brian Orser Hall. On July 26th, I attended All Things Canadian at Waterfront Park. Well done, and kudos to all staff and volunteers. August the 7th, I attended tour of the Cancer Support Center, great asset to our town. And August 12th, last evening, attended the Curling Club board meeting. All is going well.
Thank you, Councillor Roux. Councillor Marchand.
Thank you, Your Worship. A few things from me as well. I was really happy with the public information session on July 23rd. We had lots of great surveys completed. I'm looking forward to seeing the presentation with regards to trails in our Parks and Recreation plan going forward. Happy to be there and chat with fellow pickleballers. Certainly there was lots of good chatter and participation there. I've been busy with the SSEA. We had our second quarter meeting on July 24th, and then on July 16th, just a week prior to that, I got to put on my hip waders and learned a lot about crawfish education and how they're starting to be invasive in our area and community. And so, yeah, they are the crawfish from the south of in the USA where they can actually eat. They burrow these really large holes along our shores and our banks of water. And so we got to get in and pull them out. And needless to say, I just watched from a distance and looked at one through a jar. That was as close as I was getting, but that's okay. Is that my 2 minutes? So that was great. So lots of work with the SSEA, and also just wanted to share that participated with a leadership lunch and learn yesterday at Route 93, which is for all local businesses within North Simcoe, just with regards to leadership, and a really great resource in our community as they're working towards really expanding a lot of work from economic development, local business perspective, and so just some really good stuff there. Thank you.
My apologies. Councillor Vadavnkar.
Thank you, Worship. So it's not going to go off. I'm going to be very brief. July was a very busy month for me personally with lots of activities outside of town business, but I did attend and chair the July 21st Committee of Adjustment meeting where we dealt with one item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vedebunker. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's been a nice, hot, warm summer, so we've been out and about doing our things. I attended some of the things that have already been talked about. The one thing I did want to mention was the All Things Canadian. Went down there, thousands of people in the park. The vendors were all set up. The food trucks were there. Big kudos to our staff and volunteers. What a great one. I really enjoyed it a lot more than I did when it was at the Cenotaph. The other thing I wanted to let people know, we had a library facility committee, and due to some bequeathments that we've received, we are now going to proceed with finishing off the lower level of the library. Construction should be starting probably today or tomorrow. So that was good news. The last thing I had was at our airport, our general manager has retired. So we want to say thank you to Craig Jewell. He's done a great job, but his time had come. And glad to let you know that we have hired a new one, and he started yesterday. So life went, oh no, and then it was okay. So life is good, and we're carrying on in quite a busy place out there. And that will do it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Durush.
Thank you very much. It's always tough to be last when we have to tell people what we're doing. But I did want to mention that this summer I challenged myself to try to drop by every single business in Penetanguishene and go shopping or go look and ask what they do. It's been really a lot of fun. And so I've been going from door to door, you know, whichever day allows me to do that. And I would challenge everyone to try to do that. Certainly it's difficult if you have a job, but if you're retired, it is really quite interesting, and it's great to hear and to chat with the people and find out exactly, you know, how it started or where they hope to go. So that's my challenge for today. Thank you.
Well, Councillor Rush, thank you for sharing. As you know, the CEO and I have been doing Main Street walkabouts. We're going to welcome you to join us on our next walk in a couple of weeks.
Take out your wallet.
It's not a shop about it. It's Councillor Waters.
It's been a really hot summer. On the 19th, there was an open house for the Water Museum over in Midland at the Cultural Center. 23rd was a public meeting for the rec center at the arena. On the 28th, we had the library finance meeting, and I think you guys are all going to be happy with what happens maybe. July 11th was economic development meeting and finance and community development following. And on the 12th, we had planning and development. And today we had a business-to-business meeting at Passion for Fashion on the main street. And that's about it.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. CEO Lees, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I won't touch on All Things Canadian Festival or Georgian Bay Cancer Support Center. The invitation we received from them and the tour they gave, as other members of council have already touched on those. Fantastic opportunities and event. Business walkabouts, I know Mayor Rawson will probably speak to this, but pleased to join him as well as a couple other guests, and I'll let Mayor Rawson speak to that, visiting 65 businesses over 2 different days, which was wonderful. And then lastly, Saturday, September 13th, staff are working towards kind of a trifecta celebration event. Doors open, which Penetanguishene will have 3 sites, the Centennial Museum, Sports Hall of Fame, as well as Town Hall here. The second piece to that celebration here at Town Hall is our week of welcome through the County of Simcoe. So an opportunity to celebrate and invite members of the community, whether it be current members of the community or future members of the community, to come hear what the town of Penetanguishene has to offer. And then last but not least, celebrating our Penetanguishene 150 years of being a village here in Penetanguishene. So there'll be more information to come, but just a little bit of a teaser. This is all coming together very fast for a number of different reasons. And as I'm sure you can appreciate, there's kind of 3 different components to it. So stay tuned. There'll be more information to follow. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Elise. I won't repeat everyone said about Georgian Bay and all things Canadian. I would agree, tremendous events. A couple more I'll highlight. Did have an opportunity to go to 2 new businesses that opened, Buzz Parlor and the Happy Buddha Soap Company. Great new additions for Main Street. Also participating in Georgian Bay Forever. If you've had an opportunity to meet the group, they're great. They're down at a waterfront Rotary Trail every other Friday. So learn a little bit what they're doing. It was really interesting to learn how much waste and garbage they're picking up on our shoreline of the bay. So if you have an opportunity on Friday, go down and check them out. Yeah, I think they're doing great work. Participated in a meeting since our last meeting regarding our CNCC costs with the Solicitor General. So that's still front and center. We did a flag raising here at Simcoe Pride. And we'll talk about the Main Street walkabout a little more. But as CEO Elise was mentioning, we did have a couple individuals join us. Councillor, if you recall, in the last little bit, we've formulated a relationship with the County of Simcoe, and County of Simcoe is providing our economic development support. So our economic development officer from the County of Simcoe joined us, Nicole Hilton. And then on our second time was our inspector, Mike Thoreau from the Southern Georgian Bay OPP came with us as well. And it's been very, very good. And CEO Lisa, we're talking about what we see change year over year, what the different themes and threads are. Okay, thank you, everyone. We'll move on. Our next item is our proclamations. And the motion reads that the following proclamations have been given due consideration be approved. We have 3 of them, one for Arthritis Awareness Month in September. Second is regarding the Overdose Awareness Day. Again, we're doing the flag raising and the Fear at Simcoe Pride from August the 4th to the 15th. I'll look for a mover, please. Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Marchand. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. All right, Councillor, we're going to move on to number 10, our public meeting. So the public meeting is regarding 39 Point Street. This is a public meeting tonight under Section 34 of the Planning Act to consider a zoning bylaw amendment, file number ZA 12025 for the property at 39 Point Street. Council, the purpose of this public meeting is to provide an opportunity for the public to make comments. The purpose of this public meeting is not to engage in a debate regarding the merits of the application, nor is it intended to be a question and answer session. There's an opportunity later in the meeting to ask questions on the application after the public meeting has concluded. Andrew, I'm going to ask if you could kindly introduce the application for us. Could you please confirm whether or not notification was made? And can you please note any correspondences received? And can you kindly outline the proposal for us, please?
Certainly. Thank you very much, Your Worship, members of council. We did receive a zoning bylaw amendment application on April 28th, 2025. It was submitted by Edward Mack of Evans Planning Consultants on behalf of the owner, a numbered company in Ontario, Inc. Notice of tonight's public meeting was given on July 23rd, 2025, using the town's alternative notice policy, as well as direct mailing to neighbors within 120 meters of the subject property. We have received comments that were identified in the staff report that's upcoming. Those include from Enbridge Gas, Beausoleil First Nation, and I think just most recently today from the Simcoe County District School Board, as well as there were two comments, from neighbors, M. Dupuis, I. Ashworth, and D. Dalzale, regarding questions on the application itself. To very generally tell you what the application's about, and then Mr. Mack is here on behalf of the owner to get into further details for you. It is to rezone the property. It is at 39 Point Street, which is just on the south side north side of Point Street. Currently, that property is zoned institutional with a holding symbol 5 on it, and that recognizes the former use of the property as a retirement residence. There's a 2-story building which is connected by a breezeway to an older single detached dwelling on the property. The application before council is to rezone those properties to facilitate redevelopment, which would include severing the apartment building or the 2-story building from the single detached dwelling and removing those breezeways. So that portion of the property would be rezoned to a residential 3 zone, which permits that multiple dwelling unit use. There was also 2 site-specific requests associated with that. One was to recognize the lot area that would be accompanying that property, which is slightly less than the requirements of the zoning bylaw, as well as a reduction to the east side yard as not meeting the the 6 meters requirement. The single detached dwelling itself would be rezoned to a residential 1 zone, which conforms with all the performance standards of the zoning bylaw. So that's the application. I'll probably turn it over to Mr. Mack right now, and he can go into further details and answer any questions.
Good evening, members of council. Name again is Edward Mack with Evans Planning. And here this evening with regards to 39 Point Street, the rezoning application that staff had just highlighted very briefly. If we go to the next page. A quick context location aerial photo. 39 Point Street is comprised of the former Maplewood Retirement Residences, which was the main 2-story building, together with what is a single detached family home that was attached to the retirement residence through the breezeway, as highlighted there. So the site is about just 1 block off Main Street, just a sandwich between Shahan and Point Street. And next page. And then just some of the existing conditions of the buildings on site today. The retirement residence has ceased to exist for over a year, so the property has been vacated. So the owner has a desire to repurpose the building to provide additional housing units opportunities within the town. And the next page. And then in the back here, top left picture is the single family home that we speak of, and with the connection breezeway that will be demolished as part of the proposal. And then on the right side is the main retirement home building, I guess, where the proposal in there is the porch shown on the ground floor would actually be eliminated as well, just to have such that the residential units would have direct outdoor access, not encumbered by the porch. And then there is also a addition that's proposed on the far right above the original chapel, which is currently 1 story. The intent is to have a 1-story addition on that portion, so the whole building becomes a full 2-story building. Next page. In the official plan, the site is within the urban area and is designated neighborhoods, which would permit low to medium density residential, including the multiple units as proposed. Next page. The current zoning bylaw, as noted, it is zone institutional with a hold, and the request currently is to put the site into an R3 exception, as well as an R1 zoning, where the single family home is currently located. Next page. The proposed site plan on screen illustrates the intent of maintaining the 2 buildings in its original form, save and except for the demolition of the breezeway that currently connects the 2 structures. Effectively, the 2 buildings will become 37 and 39 Point Street. There is a black line right now, a zigzagging black line on screen that illustrates the proposed severance line between the 2 parcels. And it was noted earlier, there is a side yard setback deficiency that we're asking for relief from, and that's because of the apartment zoning, R3 zoning on the left side requires a 6-meter setback, whereas the existing separation between the 2 buildings are much less, which is only 1.2 is currently proposed. And the intent is there would be, in addition to the existing parking spaces that are located at the rear, at the north end of Shahan Road, additional parking spaces are proposed along the south frontage of the building, such to provide a total of 28 parking spaces for the project in accordance with the town's zoning bylaw requirements. And then we are exploring opportunities to provide additional outdoor amenity space at the north or the back side of the building, where there's currently 3 trees, but we're currently exploring with staff options to provide additional outdoor amenity space there. That's the intent. Next page. And quickly, the proposed ground floor here. The unit composition here, there's a total of 7 studio units proposed, together with 9 one-bedroom units, for a total of 16 units. On the ground floor, again, the main entrance that we know on the building would remain as the primary entrance. And then there would also be a secondary entrance off to the right side, and also 2 additional entrances to the north or to the back as well. And the intent is the former chapel space would be converted into 2 units on the ground floor. Next page. On the above what was the chapel, there is that addition that I spoke of. So that bubbled area on the left side, that's where the new addition is proposed on the building within the footprint of the ground floor space below. It's a direct extrusion rather than growing the footprint of the building. And again, there's the total of 16 units proposed. And next page. And building elevations, the intent is to maintain the building in its current form to the best we can, subject to certain windows that will be added to accommodate additional lighting levels to the residential units. And the 2 bubbled areas, top left and on the right side, represents the 2 proposed building addition areas. And I think that's it. Is there a next page to this or no? I think that's it. And thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We'll turn it over to our members of the public. If anyone in the audience wishes to make any comments on this application based on land use planning issues relevant to this application, I'll ask you to come to the podium, ask you to state your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Your Lordship and Council. I'm at 42 Points. My name is Daniel McGrath. I just moved in the neighborhood, and number 1, I'm glad to see they're going to do something with a vacant building. Number 2, just clarification, Mr. Mack. You're talking about parking in the front of the building, coming off the road? Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, just to make sure I was getting the right information. The other concern I would have is the issue of the speeding up and down the street. Is there going to be any improvement to slow it down? Are they going to put a crosswalk in because there's schools in the area? And just a couple ideas I'm throwing out there. Thank you, Your Lordship.
Thank you very much. Just at the stage, this is an open forum for you to ask questions and comments of the application. Our staff are going to make comments about any questions and inquiries. It's not really a 2-way question debate night. Later in the agenda tonight, there's a motion that we're going to ask staff to come back to council with a report with their findings from tonight. So what the proposal is and what the questions are and what council's questions are. So that's what this forum is right now, is for you to ask any questions or inquiry you have. Okay, I'll ask again if anybody in the audience wishes to make any comments on this application based on land use planning issues relevant to this application. I'll have you come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, I'm Irene Ashworth, and I live at 35 Point Street. So the older house beside us, and then the old original convent. My concern is, again, like yours, is all that parking in the front. I mean, there's 28 spaces these are studios and one bedrooms. I mean, we're not going to have families living here. Do we really need 28? And do they all have to be, it seems like, in the front? There's a lot in the back, and it would take away from the congestion in the front. And as you say, there are schools. St. Joseph is right across the street. Canadian Martyrs is just down the street. Le Caron, the high school, is just over. I mean, I see kids walking by all the time, right? So yeah, the concern is, like you say, the congestion, the traffic, safety for everybody, really. And do they need that many? Can they not move some of them in the back? So that's mainly it. I mean, we need housing. I understand that. Right? But yeah, it's this parking crap that seems to be a little bit weird. So that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address? So I'll ask again, if there's anyone in the audience wishes to make comments on this application based on land use planning issues relevant to this application, please make your way to the podium. Emily, is there anyone online that wishes to address council on this item? No. I'll ask one more time. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to make any comments on the application based on land use planning issues relevant to this application? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Mack, I'm going to ask if you have any concluding comments that you'd like to make. If you do, I'd have you come to the podium, please.
Thank you, members of council. As a quick conclusion comment, we would say is we think this is a great opportunity to redevelop and utilize a vacant building that's currently unused, and there'll be an opportunity to provide additional housing stock options for the greater population base, which currently is maybe underserved in our opinion, and hence the choice of the owner to do studios and one-bedroom units, because that's something that's not frequently provided in the town currently, and we think that this is a opportunity for additional housing units. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Andrew, I'm going to ask if you can just let everyone know, like, there's not a decision tonight. We're not saying we're going to do this or that. So can you just let everyone know, what does the process look like from here? And if members of the public want to participate from here, how could they participate?
Yes, thank you very much, Your Worship. So as you've noted, tonight's meeting is just the public component. It's a requirement under the Planning Act. And so comments can continue to come into the town, but we do request that they come in as soon as possible so that we can consider them as part of our recommendation report. So after hearing from the public tonight, we'll go back and speak with Mr. Mack, and we'll discuss if there's any changes that can be made or any other thing that we need to address as part of public comments. From there, recommendation report is likely in the coming months. I might not say September, but maybe more like October. And following that recommendation report, anybody who provided their name or writes in comments would be given notice when we're making a recommendation to council on that. Like I said, that's likely sometime later this fall in October, perhaps. And then at that point, council would pass a bylaw at the next meeting to rezone the property. As always, under the Planning Act, there is an appeal process for those who can participate. As sort of alluded to in the presentation, there are two other applications that do need to facilitate this redevelopment. One of them is a public application, a future consent application. So when and if this development moves to that process, new notice and a new public meeting would be held through the Committee of Adjustment for the severance application. As well, there is a site plan application that does deal with such things like the parking area. That is not a public consultation or a public input application. We do have that file and are continuing to look at that file currently for the redevelopment. And once the zoning and the severance and everything all is in place, in order to get a building permit, they would need to comply with that site plan agreement. So there is a number of steps in the process before this development could progress to construction.
Thank you so much, Andrew, for outlining that. All right, with no further comments, I'm going to conclude the public meeting regarding 39 Point Street. Thank you again for attending, everyone. Council, we're going to move on to our next item. It's 11 delegations and presentations. We have a couple this evening. Our first one's regarding a presentation from Baker Tilly regarding our 2024 draft financial statements. Jay Yancey's here. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here. The floor is yours, sir.
So great to see you here and be here in person. We are here tonight to present the 2024 draft audit report. I'm a partner with Baker Tilly. I'm Jay Yancey. Nice to see you all, members of the public. So starting with the actual audit results themselves, if you can go to the next slide, please. So as mentioned, it is the draft financial report, with tonight being the final approval by council, and I am here to help you understand some of the information contained within, and hopefully provide some highlights of the ending financial position of the town. It is an unqualified audit opinion, which means it's a clean audit opinion. The financial statements are free from material misstatement. In terms of audit results, there are also 2 letters that are included with the financial statements that are before council tonight, and both do indicate that, again, it was a good, clean audit. There are no internal control recommendations that we found during the course of the audit. Of course, during the audit, that's not to say we don't find adjustments and make recommendations to management, but some of these are expected to occur each year, and I think a good example is the adjustment for the consolidated entities that we only receive information for at the end of the year. So we help management consolidate those into the financial statements. Go to the next slide. Looking at the financial highlights for the year, starting with the consolidated operations, and just some highlights to help you understand the results of the 2024 fiscal year. So we see the budget and actual here of operating revenues and operating expenses. Both of these appear to be under budget. And of course, there are always small variances between budget and actual, but operating revenues are actually 2.7 million or 2.4 million above budget. And some of the main areas that they are above budget is investment income, which is budgeted modestly, but the high interest savings account investment income of 700,000 helped those operating revenues come in over budget. And also there was an increase to the base wastewater rates that saw the wastewater revenue come in over budget through the 2024 fiscal year. In terms of operating expenses, we see nearly $22.5 million of operating expenses compared to $18.8 million budget, about a $3.6 million difference. And this is a very important one to understand, that it is the amortization expense that is not included in the budget figures that we record at year end, another one of these adjusting entries. That is done for external accounting reporting purposes to capture the depreciation of the capital assets of the entity. So this is a non-cash accounting entry type item. So at the end of the day, the net revenues, where we see $293,000 compared to a budget of $1.4 million, when we back out that amortization expense of $3.4 million, we actually see a surplus of about $3.7 million. This 3.7 is used to either fund reserves or used to fund capital assets that are purchased during the year. So overall, a surplus that was used, and we will see in the reserves that increased to 700,000. That the remainder was used to fund capital asset purchases during the year. Next slide, please. Turning to the consolidated statement of financial position. So this is the ending results as of the end of 2024. And just an overall comment that the financial position of the town was very consistent year over year. You will see some indicators here of low risk, high risk indicators, and the town is in very low risk in all of the indicator areas. It was a smaller investment in tangible capital assets in the year than we're used to seeing, but reserves did remain consistent. So that's the overall picture. But getting into some of those aspects, again, here we have the financial assets. So either cash available to the town at end of year or items that were going to be turned into cash. That's collection of the taxes or water bills outstanding. So there's 19 million year over year. So a very consistent amount of financial assets available. In terms of the amount of cash on hand, it's a low risk in terms of compared to the liabilities that we will see on the next slide, that there is enough cash to cover current liabilities 3 times over. So a low risk and not a concern about liquidity within the town. Next slide, please. Looking at the liability side of the financial position, total liabilities of $21.4 million, down from 23.5. The majority of this is within accounts payable as of year end, and that was simply at the end of 2023. It was a little higher because of projects that were ongoing at the end of 2023 and some capital purchases that were made right at the end of the year. So not a concern in the decrease. And we just saw on the financial asset side, cash remained consistent. So there's still obviously enough cash to cover the current liabilities. Deferred revenue, obligatory reserve funds. Typically, when we think liabilities, we want to see them decreasing. These obligatory reserve funds are kind of a good liability because we collect the development charges or grants and have those on hand available to fund certain capital projects. Again, a consistent year over year, a small increase to 2.9 from $2.6 million. This was from $834,000 of obligatory reserve funds collected. Again, $320,000 of development charges, $320,000 from the Canada Community Building Fund grant that was received but not spent during the year and is available for future years. So we're seeing increases in this obligatory reserve fund, and throughout the year, only $504,000 was spent. So a net increase of about $300,000. And finally, for liabilities, we'll speak to long-term liabilities, which we'll go to the next slide for. So these are long-term loans generally funded to or used to fund capital projects. There are two outstanding external forms of long-term loans, and those have been outstanding since 2018 for the sewage treatment plant reconstruction and the Main Street reconstruction. There was $346,000 repaid during the year on these long-term liabilities, and $415,000 went towards interest cost of these. So when we look at the total debt servicing cost of $761,000 compared to our own source revenues, that's taxation or water and wastewater type of revenue, debt costs are only 3.9% of that total own source revenue. Again, this is in the low risk range, saying the payments towards debt is a safe amount, and there's plenty of taxation and water, wastewater revenue to cover debt payments. Next slide, please. And then again, an overall snapshot comparing these two concepts I just discussed, total financial assets compared to your total liabilities. And overall, there are greater liabilities than total assets, but as I mentioned, a substantial portion of that, about 11 million, is related to long-term debt. So those are liabilities that we expect to pay off in the next year or 2 years. They're over a multi-year period. So you can be in a net debt position, meaning there's more liabilities than assets, and still be in a low risk range. Penetanguishene is about 12% of its overall, again, those own source revenues in the net debt position, where it would get into a high risk range if it was over $10 million in this net debt position. So what this means, again, low risk from a assets compared to liability standpoint. Next slide, please. Then we get into the non-financial assets, and these are mainly made up of your tangible capital assets. So these are the infrastructure, the buildings, the equipment that the town accumulates in order to provide the operations that it does provide. Overall, this number did remain fairly consistent at 103 million year over year. And that's with $3.7 million spent on tangible capital assets, offset by $3.4 million of this amortization expense that I noted earlier in the presentation. The consistency between the two does show that council and management are continuing to replace assets on a similar pace to what they are amortized during the year. But again, this was a lower than typical year of asset additions throughout the 2024 fiscal year. Slide. And then finally, a note on the remaining reserves and reserve funds at the end of 2024. So between the two sources, there was $10.2 million total reserves, and it was a $775,000 net increase. And as I mentioned previously, council does budget every year to have increases in reserves, but also they use the annual taxation base to provide current year operations and investments in tangible capital assets. So there's lots of ins and outs of the reserves and reserve fund, but overall a consistent amount, seeing that it's remaining steady throughout the year. In terms of amount of reserves compared to operating expenses, one indicator that is reviewed, the town of Penetanguishene does have 49% of its one-year operating expenses, which is a very safe range in terms of a municipal indicator. But it is also important to look at total reserves as a part of your capital replacements, and that's a good area for council to continue to monitor to look at that area. Those are the highlights that I wanted to go over. I would like to give a big thank you to Carrie and her team. Again, always great to work with. She comes forward with recommendations, questions on how new accounting policies are treated as they do come out, and the team does work very well. So her and Zach on our team work closely on this. So thank you to Carrie and her team.
Thank you very much, Jay. Council, comments or questions? Councillor Vadabunker.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Mr. Ansey, for your presentation. It's overall a good news report, so nice to see. There was a point in the management letter, and I think I'm referring to it correctly. It has to do with the uncorrected misstatements. Do you recall that in the letter? Could you please explain that and what that means and what council should be doing with respect to that?
Yes, certainly, through your worship. So that's the audit reporting letter. The management letter is the one for internal controls. This one reports the results of the audit. And when we say the financial statements are free from material misstatement, materiality, we do set an actual threshold based on Canadian auditing standards, and that threshold is $650,000 for the year. So if any individual error or difference found during the audit is over that, we have to correct it. If it's under that amount, then it doesn't have to be corrected to give a clean audit opinion. So that's where that number comes from and what that threshold means. The entries that you do see here are uncorrected misstatements, and some of them are simply a result of, a good example is the Huronea Airport Commission that we record the entries as part of the year-end audit. That information wasn't available at the time that we did the 2023 audit. So in the 2024 audit, we've captured 2 years of information, and what that means is the results are kind of doubled up for this year just to get us to the right ending answer. So that's the kind of entries that we are seeing in here. And really the answer is there is no action for council to take. It's just important to be aware of those that if they were to grow in size or there were multiple entries on there, then it would be an indicator of not a clean audit. But again, the items on the schedule aren't of concern in our opinion, and of management's opinion that they didn't feel the need to correct them, or again, they are correcting themselves inherently during the audit.
Thank you.
Councillor Marshall.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and I just want to reiterate and also thank the finance team here and working so well with the auditors. It's always, as a member of council, to receive a clean audit with no concerns is a peace of mind for council members and for our citizens, understanding how we're responsible, we have checks and balances in place, and getting a clean audit on such a large budget is really important. So thank you for that, and thank you, Carrie and team, for your work in doing that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Any other members? All right, thank you, Mr. Ansey, for being here this evening. We appreciate you being here to highlight the report and the good work that our team does. And I'll echo what Councillor Vadabunker and Councillor Marshall said. Carrie, thank you so much to you and your team. I think we're a leader in the space, and I think it was demonstrated by the audit that Mr. Ansey presented. So thank you again. All right, Council, we're going to move on. Our next item is a presentation from Monteith Brown Planning Consultants regarding a recreation parks and trails strategy project update. Welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. My name is Steve Langlois, with Principal Planner with Monteith Brown Planning Consultants. I appreciate you accommodating me virtually today. On behalf of our team, it's my pleasure to provide you with an update on the recreation parks and trail strategy. So if you just give me a moment, I'll pull up our presentation here. Great, you should be seeing that.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I have about 10 slides. And I also want to use some time at the end of the presentation to gather some input and ideas from members of council. But just to get you up to speed on the process, a little bit about what it's about. I know we saw many of you out at our public information session 2 or 3 weeks ago, so that was great. You had a sneak peek at some of this information. First, a bit about the study. The strategy will serve as a living document to guide the town's decision-making as it pertains to recreation, parks, and trails. The plan itself will have both short and long-term planning horizons, really spanning about a 10-year period. So it could influence future capital budgets. It could influence the work of staff and even the work of the community and the priorities that the community sets for itself. The last 10-year plan was prepared in 2014, so a new strategy is needed in the essence of time here to guide future capital investment and service delivery. As noted here, I think it's fairly self-explanatory, but the scope does deal with recreation, parks, and trails. But in that, it's things like, it's not just the places and spaces and our bricks and mortar. It's things like programming, events, service delivery, customer service, staffing, policy development. We deal with park plan policy. We deal with maintenance of those spaces, missing links within the trail system, and so on. So it bridges a lot of your departments from planning to finance to certainly recreation and community services and others. The strategy itself will consider input from other recent initiatives, including the 20-year community-based strategic plan, as well as the Arena and Recreation Center study, which we were fortunate to have been retained to assist the municipality with. Some key deliverables, and just letting you know where we're at in the process. We're at the end of phase 1. This is our research and consultation phase. So I'll give you a little bit more information on what we've heard from your community to date. And then we'll be working through the draft and final strategies over the course of the next few months. Looking forward to bringing this back in front of council with some recommendations by the end of year. We are not at that stage, but we're building that foundation. Speaking of building blocks here, how these plans are built is really on things like engagement, demographics, trends. It allows us to create a Made in Penetanguishene strategy. The engagement, and I'll speak to this really more through our subsequent slides, but we've cast a wide net. We went out into your community. We had pop-up events. We had public input sessions. We've reached out to stakeholders and had various sessions there. We've engaged staff. We're engaging council tonight and beyond. And we had a general community survey. The strategy also considers many other items, who's living in your community now, who might be living there in the future, what that growth looks like, what that regional growth and regional supplies of leisure opportunities might be as well. And of course, trends in sport, in recreation, in community leisure. So we know this will not be new information to your town, but it's also helpful for level setting as we go. I mentioned demographics and growth, and we know that the town has an aging population, but is also poised for a steady growth in the years to come. Somewhere around 40% growth as we go to 2051. Our plan won't look that far in the future, but will for some larger amenities and building. As you look to build a new arena and recreation center, for example, it's helpful to have that long view. But this means we can expect sustained or growing demand for age-friendly spaces, opportunities for focused on health and well-being, and also affordability is, we know, an important consideration for your residents. We've also completed a jurisdictional and research scan to identify notable trends that might be influencing participation. There's substantial depth of analysis here, but I'll just highlight a few that stand out to me. We know that outdoor activity has been on the rise since the pandemic, and demand for outdoor space, including waterfront lands, has never been higher. Leisure activities are always evolving, leading to a range of needs, including drop-in and self-scheduled activities. Pickleball is a great example of that, and I know it's one that we've heard a lot about from your residents. And maybe not highlighted here, but worth noting is the cost escalation around facility renewal and construction, as well as operating costs, which has impacted the timely delivery of new facilities. I know a lot of municipalities are trying to invest in the outdoor realm. It's a little bit quicker, it's a little bit more cost effective, and is also checking a lot of boxes with residents as they seek a path forward on some of their aging infrastructure and larger capital projects. So I mentioned our public engagement program. I have a few slides here, and just using a variety of methods, we had reached out to residents, service providers, and stakeholders to learn more about what's working well in Penetanguishene, what could be improved, and other ideas that they wanted to share. So we held some pop-ups at senior and youth events where we heard about the importance of the waterfront and how the town's spaces and services help to support their health and wellness goals. Sorry. There we go. We also held workshops with local organizations and heard how the lack of space and need for volunteers is hindering their ability to expand programming. Through the public input session, we heard interest in expanding and improving trails, formalizing and designating the rolling sands and Church Street properties as parks and open space, and improved access for outdoor pickleball activities. And lastly, the survey gathered over 460 responses. This, when you take into account all of the family members that were part of the survey that were being answered, their opinions answered on behalf, and their participation profiles gathered through this work, represents more than 10% of the town's population. We're very pleased with this level of response and think it brings a high level of confidence to the results. We also heard from a number of non-residents, which is important because we know your spaces, your parks, in particular your waterfront, do attract a number of folks from beyond your municipal boundaries. A lot going on here on this slide. I know it's part of the package, so I really just wanted to highlight a few of the things, the items that may stand out here. The graph on the left illustrates the popularity of local activities. Low cost, what you'll find near the top, low cost, self-scheduled, all age, all ability activities like trail use, event attendance are the most popular. Overall, the profile is indicative of an older demographic, with team sports being much lower on the list. On the right, we learned that 25% of respondents are unable to participate as frequently as they would like. Overall, this is a very positive finding, although a lack of space and facilities was noted as the top barrier. When asked about investment priorities, respondents expressed support for a number of different areas, but in particular, the waterfront parks and beaches. I've said waterfront a few times. It is certainly part of your unique attribute and what makes your town stand out, and why many residents love to live there, and why you're growing. So investment there is almost universally supported. More investment in playgrounds. This doesn't always mean more. Sometimes it means improvements. Sometimes it means just maintenance of, regular replacement of playgrounds, trails, outdoor event space, and more. Really, the priorities did mirror a lot of the participation trends that we saw. And we also heard interest for more swimming and pickleball opportunities. So this slide summarizes the initial input phase. I believe I highlighted each of these points through my presentation, but I'd be happy to come back to this slide if there are any questions from the group. And just wanted to leave you with a sense of where we go from here. The research today provides a strong foundation for the future phases of analysis. Our next steps involve the development of the draft strategy, after which we'll return to council and the community for feedback later in the fall. Project completion is on track for the end of the year. So with this presentation as a backdrop, I'd be happy to take any questions that you have on the process, on what we've learned so far. But I would also encourage Town Council to reflect on these questions on the screen here and provide any input that may help us collectively to deliver a community responsive strategy. So interested in learning, how recreation parks and trails might contribute to your overall vision, priorities, core values, core principles to consider through the work that we're doing. You may have some specific initiatives or items that want to make sure are looked at through the plan, and any other advice that you can offer as we go through this process. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Your Worship, and look forward to any questions that the group might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Langlois. Council, comments and questions for our presenter. Councillor Marshall.
Good evening. Thank you very much for the presentation, and this is really exciting for us as a town, and we have a lot of really great trails and waterfront and a lot of wonderful things that are here for our residents and to attract other individuals into our community as well, which I think is great. I'm happy to see that, you've made reference to also looking at new space as it relates to a multi-purpose building. We're also, we have the Town Dock Ad Hoc Committee also looking at that space. And I sit as the Trails Chair, and we had a really great conversation and input from our committee as well, and appreciate all of the reach out and touch points. I really feel strongly that our community has been very vocal. They've been actively participating. I was really pleased to see the 460 surveys, and that's who we need to hear from. We want to understand what everyone is looking for today, tomorrow, and into the future. And so this is an exciting plan, and I look forward to it. And I'm the one piece that really stuck out, and I appreciate it, is just with the cost of some of these buildings. But it's not just about new. It's about updating, upgrades, slight changes, expansion of outdoor space. So I'm excited to see what this phased approach and plan is going to look like, because I think there's a lot of really great things we can enhance, and they don't have to have big price tags all the time either, which is exciting. So I do really appreciate all the work that's been put in, and the opportunity for all of the various committees who have been able to contribute and give feedback. And thank you to all of our residents for filling out that survey. 400 plus surveys is really meaningful, and we're looking and hearing what is being said out there. So just a few things from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members have any comments or questions? Councillor Waters.
Just wondering if we could get a little more information on the 20% of the people that are not residents that filled out the form. I do understand that we do need outside people as well, but when I'm looking at the chart I have in front of me now says waterfront health and well-being. Is there a breakdown so that we know how many of the outside of Penetang people responded to each of the individual things, like to know what it is that they responded to?
Councillor Watford, yes. You're looking for the breakdown of what non-residents, like what that feedback was? Okay. Yeah. Mr. Langlois?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Your Worship, and thank you, Councillor Waters. You're correct. We had, the survey was open to all residents and users of town spaces. And we did that with intention, understanding that there is quite a bit of flow both to and fro from across municipal borders for organized sport, certainly, for trails, most definitely, and for other activities. And we recognize that you do have some, folks that have an opinion on your spaces, and that can contribute that opinion to the work. So it was around 20%, I believe, was the breakdown, and most of those, about 11%, came from Tiny Township, 7% from Midland, and 1% from Tay. We have since done some additional statistical analysis on that sample. And so we compared your 80% of residents to the 20% of non-residents. And there really was nothing significantly, statistically significant, no difference between those two samples in terms of opinions or usage profile, which suggests that it's fairly analogous to, participation across the North Simcoe region. The opinions of your residents were very similar to the opinions of non-residents as well. So it's not a stacking of the deck. I don't think it's really swayed opinion one way or the other, but really it just reflects the fact that there is this sharing of resources, and many of your residents will, we know because we've heard from them, will play sports in other communities as well.
Is that good, Councillor Waters? Councillor Vadabunker.
Thank you, Worship. Just a couple of questions and maybe a comment. Dealing with the slide about Penetanguishene, there's a comment or a statement there, Penetanguishene is an aging community. I found that interesting, given that our local elementary schools are all bursting at the seams. We seem to have younger demographic moving into the community. We've had new developments in town where families have moved in. I was just wondering if you could just explain that comment. And then my second question has to do with the chart right next to it, and in the recommendations that come forward as part of the strategy, will it take into account income levels and disposable income? Because Penetanguishene, based on your analysis, does have lower than provincial average household and individual incomes, and I'm wondering if there's going to be opportunity for activities and programs that are affordable for individuals in that situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Through your worship, thank you, Councillor Vadabunker. Great questions, and that's why, these studies are quite dynamic in the sense that we really need to plan for the people that are here now and will be here into the future. You see these facilities, these parks, these trails, they're there to serve generations and will be, hopefully have a legacy of decades and beyond. So looking backwards, looking today, and looking forward is very important. The 2016-2021 census does show that the average age and median age in Penetanguishene have been increasing. So you have a greater proportion of your population in 2021 was an older adult or a senior compared to the 5-year period beforehand. That is, you can say that about almost every municipality in Ontario. So that's not unique. Two things on that, and just ever so quickly, but the town does have an average age that is quite above average compared to others. So you'll see that. I think we saw that reflected in our input. We often get a lot of younger families participating in these surveys. We had a very balanced sample this time around, so that's a positive for us. Where I'm going with that as well, though, is we know there are, with growth, you're going to be seeing a range of new residents of all ages within your community. We know your schools are well populated, which means you're growing and you're seeing demand really across all age groups. So it becomes a matter of balance when it comes to this. And, we're only, we're less than 1 year away from the 2026 census going out on forms. So, there'll be some new information coming your way within the next 18 months or so that would help with that. In the meantime, we rely on these growth indicators and the input that we get from the public. The input that we get from the public is also that affordability is top of mind. We see that represented in StatsCan data, but also from the community. And we've heard really good positive input around the costing of programs and opportunities. There's a sense that the town is doing what it can to keep costs low, and that's appreciated. And having done this work in hundreds of municipalities across Ontario over the years, I can also say that I do see that commitment reflected in the town's pricing, in the town's approach to programming, and I think it's something that we want to see continued through this plan. So that will definitely be addressed as we go through the next phase of analysis.
Thank you.
Councillor LaRue.
Thank you, Your Worship. I note from the whole report, very well done, but I don't see a heck of a lot that's been brought up or said in regards to the multi-use recreation center. Could you maybe elaborate on that end?
Yes, through you, Your Worship. Thank you, Councillor LaRue. That is the multi-use recreation center is an initiative that we were involved in. We have that background. There was an extensive consultation program that was established around that time, very specific to that item, and looked at demand for ice rinks, for other indoor spaces, even tested the waters, pardon the pun, around pools and what that might look like as well. And council has since provided some strong direction as they work to move that initiative forward. So it hasn't gotten as much of a focus in this plan, given that we have that information to fall back on. That's not to say that we haven't been reaching out to stakeholders. We're getting some good input from, I know some of the local ICE organizations have participated in our consultations. We're doing some sounding around what their participation looks like today, and where we expected it to look like when the 2021 feasibility study was completed, for example, as well. So we have not seen anything that suggests you're on the wrong track. If that is helpful, and if there's additional information that we can draw through this exercise to inform council as they continue to move forward with that initiative, then we'll be sure to include that in our reporting.
Thank you.
Councillor Drush.
Thank you very much. Maybe just a comment and a challenge. So, I mean, colleagues have heard me speak about the town and how villages, town, cities are made up of road systems, and they're made up of water plants, and they're made up of sewage, and they're made up of police services, they're made up of fire departments. But communities are made up of parks and trails and programs and town docks and museums and libraries. And I'm really excited that that's what we're focusing on, because unfortunately, because of price tags of infrastructure, a lot of the times programming and events and those crucial community builders are overlooked and they're sidebarred. So super glad that we're putting a really a good spotlight on what makes a community alive and what makes it well and what makes it grow and what makes it vibrant. And I would hope that, I know that we got a 10% response to the survey. I really wish we could find a way to hear from the people who don't participate to anything and why they don't participate. Why don't they use the waterfront park? Why aren't they necessarily joining programming? Why? Is it because it's not accessible? Is it because it's not affordable? And maybe because of our demographics, not something that's attractive to them. So again, it would be great if we could do blind phone calls or some sort of reach out to those, because they're the population that I would really like to hear from. Because why is it that we can't get them to buy into that wonderful way of living, right? That we share and that we appreciate with all of these wonderful resources. I know we're at a crossroads with the town, and as Councillor LaRue mentioned, we're kind of facing some big decisions as far as infrastructure and what we're looking at with our arena and our curling club and all those good things. So I'm going to challenge Monteith Brown to be very bold with their recommendations moving forward. I hope that they have recommendations that would, bring some sort of vision as to how we can embark in these big decisions and not have punishing consequences to our residents who ultimately have the final price tag. So I'm hoping that we're going to get some great recommendations as far as how to embark in addressing that infrastructure and how we can make it affordable so that we can all enjoy continuing to live in this beautiful town. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Drush. A lot of challenges tonight. That's two. Council, any other comments or questions? Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Langlois, for being here this evening. Council, our last item we did was the draft financial statements, which, Carrie, you need a tremendous amount of accolades and support for that. So thank you. But we're on the this rec master plan. Sherry, tremendous support for your leadership on this. I want to make one comment. A year ago, I brought forward an idea that I'd like to look at 161 Church Street, options to look at 161 for future parkland. And I was hoping we would have talked about this about a year ago. And I'm glad Mr. Langlois brought that up tonight about us looking at as an option. And we were hoping to bring that forward sooner. And Sherry, you talked at one time about this, about let's wait until this plan's complete. Let's make an informed decision, and the informed decision when we get this recreation master plan done. And I think it goes back to the old adage, failing to plan's planning to fail. So I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you for your leadership on that. I'm ecstatic about this report. I think it's tremendous. I love reading it. I'll echo what you said, Councillor Marchand. I think there was tremendous great feedback we learned from the public, and I'm looking forward to seeing what bold new initiatives that Councillor Drush has suggested we're going to see on the draft version. I also appreciate there's going to be more public outreach, and I really appreciate that. So thank you for this. I have the 2014 Rec Master Plan at home. I love it. I reference it. I think it's good, and I think this is a tool to guide us as we move forward. Sherry, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Langlois. No other comments, Council? All right, we're going to move on. Council, I was so excited about the presentation from Monteith Brown Planning Consultants tonight. I forgot about our motion to approve the draft financial statements. That's bad on me. So let's go back to item 11A. We have a motion that reads that the 2024 draft financial statements be approved. It's moved by Councillor Veta-Bancur, second by Councillor Marchand. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, Council, moving on to 12, adoption minutes not already confirmed. We have a motion reads that the following minutes of the council meetings be confirmed and adopted as circulated. One for council for July the 9th, 2025. Moved by Councillor Waters, second by the Deputy Mayor. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. 13 is our consent agenda. Before I read the motions, anybody want to pull this for any further comments or questions? Seeing none, the motion reads that the following consent agenda items have been given due consideration, be received for information. Again, it's one regarding supplemental letter of appeal. I'll look for a mover, please. Moved by Councillor Marchand, second by Deputy Mayor. Call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. All right, 14 is matters for consideration. So 14A is regarding our public meeting tonight, Council, regarding 39 Point Street. Before I read the motions, anybody have any comments or questions? Okay. All right. The motion reads that the public meeting report PL 202526 for the zoning bylaw amendment application file number ZA 12-2025 concerning 39 Point Street be received, and that any matters identified in report PL 2025-26 and at a public meeting be addressed in a report to the committee of the whole. I'll look for a mover, please. Moved by the Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Waters. All right, comments? Deputy Mayor.
Just a couple of questions, Your Worship. The way when I heard Mr. Mack was doing his presentation, he was talking about the parking would be for the 28 spaces would be off Shanahan Lane. And when I heard our members from the public saying it was going to be off Point Street. So I just wanted it to be clarified.
Madam Director, I assume this will be in the report that'll come at future committee. Do you have any clarifying comment for us?
Yes, thank you very much, Your Worship. So there is parking on both, a parking lot to be constructed on the Point Street frontage, and then parking that's currently existing on the Shanahan Road section will be, I think it's going to be redesigned a little bit, but it'll remain there as well.
Okay, thank you.
That does it. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Again, for people that are here that are interested, what we've moved as a motion is we've asked staff to create a report and come back at a future meeting, at a future committee of the whole meeting. So nothing's approved, but we asked staff to work through the process. All right, the next item is regarding our multi-use recreation center. I'll read the motion. The motion reads that the town proceed with the proposal submitted by Colliers project leaders to provide high-level road map and associated costs for capital budgeting purposes for the multi-use recreation center project as outlined under option A of the staff report RCS 2025-16, and that the proposal in the amount of $23,787.30 plus applicable taxes be funded through the 2025 capital surplus. I'll look for a mover, please. Moved by Councillor Waters, seconded by Councillor LaRue. Comments or questions? Councillor Vedabunker.
Thank you, Worship. I was pleased to see this report on the agenda this evening for two reasons. First of all, it's moving the project further toward a point where we'll need to make a decision, and second of all, that Colliers is being recommended as a consultant to assist us in mapping that process out. Colliers project leaders is very well respected in the field in doing this type of work. They have lots of experience, and so I was pleased to see that. So for those two reasons, I will be supporting this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vedabunker. Councillor Roux, did you have your...
No, I'm just actually pleased to see this come forward.
Any other questions or comments? Again, I too, I'll echo your comments. Councillor Vedabunker brings it forward and it'll bring us through our budget cycle this year. So thank you, Sherry, for your leadership bringing this forward. Council, we have the motion. It's moved in second. We'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. C's item regarding our biosolids filter media replacement. Motion reads that the sole source purchase of biofilter media from Sittler Grinding Incorporated be approved for unit price of $314.50 US dollars per ton, and that the reallocation of $100,000 within the 2026 capital plan be approved for use in 2025 for the replacement and disposal of the biosolids filter media, and that the reallocation of the flasher mixer capital funds within the 2025 capital plan of $20,000 be approved as outlined within the staff report WW 2025-02. Look for a mover. Moved by Councillor Vedabunker, seconded by Councillor LaRue. Comments and questions? Councillor Vedabunker.
Thank you, Worship. We discussed this report and the reasons for moving this forward into 2025 at our section meeting earlier this week, and as a section, we're fully behind what the director is recommending. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vedabunker. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Moving on to D is our Harbor Point subdivision drainage easement. I have a motion reads that the acquisition of drainage easement within block 74 of plan 51M-1171 be approved, and that staff bring forward an easement agreement and bylaw for council approval. Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Roux. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Okay, moving on to 15 is a presentation consideration report for Committee of the Whole. So council meets at the start of our monthly meeting as council. When we adjourn council, we move into another meeting called Committee of the Whole. Committee of the Whole is the opportunity that council will debate and discuss a number of issues, and we make a recommendation. That recommendation goes forward the following month, where council gets to hear a second time, make changes, alterations, or we'll accept the motions as we discuss. So what we're going to talk about right now are what we talked about last month. Those motions come forward again today, just for you, if you're not familiar. A little while ago, if you're here for 39 Point Street, the last motion we said that staff's going to bring it forward at a future meeting would be at a Committee of the Whole, right? So this is the format. It's going to come back in this format right now. All right, council. Let's turn it to Councillor Vedabunker for Transportation Environmental Services section, please.
Thank you, Worship. So I'm pleased to provide the highlights of the July 9th Transportation Environmental Services section meeting. Section dealt with one consent item pertaining to the Lepage drinking water system, the 2025 annual report. Section also is recommending approval of two items that were considered as part of the section meeting. The first item has to do with electrical vehicle charging stations and an agreement with Lakeland Solutions to locate two charging stations, one at the arena and one at the town dock. And the recommendation is that the agreements between the town of Penetanguishene and Lakeland Solutions be authorized, and that Section 106 of the Municipal Act Council under Section 107 of the Act deems the rental at below market value to be in the public interest. The second item has to do with the biosolids contract, and the recommendation is that Council approve a 5-year extension of the biosolids management contract with Region of Aronia Environmental Services for a 5-year period. This company has been providing this service to Penetanguishene for over 20 years, and they provide excellent service. The proposed agreement outlines modest financial increases over the 5-year period. Under our referrals, we had one item that was removed, and there's one item that remains, and that is the septage disposal and treatment resolution for Penetanguishene and North Simcoe area. So, Your Worship, I'll move, and the Deputy Mayor will second that Council approve the recommendations and actions recommended by Transportation Environment section.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vadewalker. We have a motion, Council. Anybody wish to point anything for further comment or discussion? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Councillor Roux, please, for Recreation Community.
Thank you, Your Worship. On July 9, 25, Recreation and Community Services dealt with two items under the consent agenda. One was the Wellbeing and Accessibility Committee minutes of April the 10th, 25, and second was the Summer Culture Festival Ad Hoc Committee meeting minutes of May 6, 25. Under matters for consideration, there was one item dealing with both Penetanguishene Minor Hockey Association agreement and Georgian Bay Minor Hockey Association agreements. There were two future agenda items. One has been removed, which is the McGuire Park pickleball courts, and the one remaining is the memorial opportunity. So it is moved by myself and seconded by Deputy Mayor Dan LaRose that the recommendations contained within Committee of the Whole report related to the Recreation and Community Service section be approved.
Thank you very much, Councillor Roux. Anybody wish to point anything for further comment or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Councillor Rush, please, for Planning and Development Services section.
Thank you very much. The Planning and Community Development Services section had 3 consent agenda items. The first was the complete application for 39 Point Street. The second was the Town Dock Advisory Committee update. And finally, the third one was the Town Dock Ad Hoc Committee meeting minutes. There was one matter for consideration, and that was the appeal of the CIP application refusal for 119 Main Street. It was recommended that the application be refused. As the chair of the Planning Community Development Services section, I move the motion, seconded by Vice Chair Bill Waters, that the recommendations contained within the Committee of the Whole report related to the Planning Development Services section be approved.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rush. Anybody wish to pull anything for further comment or question? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Councillor Marchand for Finance and Corporate Services section, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. And for Finance and Corporate Services section, I want to thank Councillor Waters for stepping in on my behalf. I was absent for the July council meeting. I apologize. I've broken my perfect attendance. But thank you very much, Councillor Waters, for taking the lead on that. We had 2 items on our consent agenda. There was the Huronia Community Foundation's Youth Endowment report with names of those who received it. The second was the director's update on the LED digital sign update. There was one matter was brought forward for matters for consideration. That was Cultural Alliance, Heart of Georgian Bay Partnership. And in terms of the referral items, 1 item was removed and 3 items remain on the referral list as well. As the chair of the section and seconded by Councillor Waters, the recommendation is that the recommendations contained within Committee of the Whole report related to Finance and Corporate Services section be approved.
Thank you very much, Councillor Marshall. Anybody wish to point anything further comment or question? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Council, we're going to move on to 16's presentation. Consider the report from special committees. We have none. 17 is motion of which notice has previously been given. We have none. 18 is notice of motion. Any member of council wish to present a notice of motion? Seeing none, we're going to move on to consideration of bylaws. For members of the public's interest, on May the 1st of this year, the province of Ontario changed the Municipal Act and afforded strong mayor powers to the town of Penetanguishene. And part of that provides an opportunity for the mayor to veto bylaws. So I'll make a statement at the start of our passing of bylaws tonight. So as per strong mayor legislation passed by the province of Ontario May 1st, 2025, I, Mayor Doug Ross, and hereby decide not to exercise the power of veto following the bylaws passed at the town of Penetanguishene council meeting for August the 13th, 2025, in accordance with subsection 284, 11(4)(a)(1) of the Municipal Act. Council, before I read the bylaws, does anybody wish to pull any for further comment or questions? Okay, the motion reads that the Council of the Town of Penetanguishene introduce the following bylaws. Bylaws 2025-35 being a bylaw regarding the Harbour Point Subdivision Drainage Easement, Block 74. Bylaw 2025-36 being a bylaw regarding Georgia Bay Minor Hockey Association Agreement, and that the bylaws be read a first time, deemed to be read a second, a third time, and carried. It's moved by Councillor Waters, second by Deputy Mayor. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. The Mayor and Deputy Mayor, for now, represent the town of Penetanguishene at County Council. The Simcoe County Council comprised of 16 municipalities. The Deputy Mayor reports back to members of the public to let you know the work that's happening on your behalf at County Council. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. At the county, we've had our summer break. We actually had a month off, so it was very strange, and we just resumed yesterday. The biggest thing pertaining to us is composition of council. As council will recall, we voted on that, as did the other 16 municipalities within the county. It came up as an 8-8 tie, as we reported last month. We thought that was the end of it, but due to some politicking by some of our southern municipalities, it ended up that they wanted to challenge the 8-8 tie, and county is now sending a letter to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing asking for them to break the tie to see if it was somehow a legitimate or illegitimate tie. Very confusing, but that is our basic update. We had a very long meeting. A lot of the meeting was in-camera meetings, so there's nothing that we can discuss. All I can say to you was it took us 6.5 hours to get through the agenda. So that's our update for this month, Your Worship.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Council, any comments or questions for the Deputy Mayor? Okay, we'll move on. Number 21 is our announcements and inquiries. Council, you probably have some announcements and inquiries. Before I move to you, I'm just going to ask our Director of Public Works, Brian, if you can, in a couple minutes. We've had a couple inquiries regarding transit, and there's been a media release about what we're doing with transit and what that looks like. I think there's a little bit of confusion, but I'll ask if you can just provide a little clarity. I'll give you a couple minutes to get your thoughts together. Council, any announcements or inquiries? Deputy Mayor.
Just one quick one, Your Worship. It just reminded me when Councillor Marchand was talking about the LED sign that's going up on Robert Street. Just wanted to report that they have dug in the foundation and the concrete is ready to be poured.
Great. Any other announcements or inquiries? Councillor Roux?
Thank you, Your Worship. Recreation Community Service announcements. I have 3. One is the Bayside Summer Soiree. It is the youth night this coming Friday from 5 till 8. They're having inflatables, music, a walking history tour offered by Felix Van Beek, the winner of the town's Youth Endowment Fund, and many more. Second of all is the Après Vélo in collaboration with Cycle for Hope on Saturday, August 16th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Rotary Champlain-Wendat Park. Live music, family activities, obstacle course, inflatables, and more. And finally, the registration opens for Fall Town Recreation Programs. Monday, August the 18th for residents, Monday, August 25th for non-residents. They can register at Town Hall or online on Rec Desk.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other, Councillor Marshall?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just happy to share that the town of Penetanguishene is the host this year for the SSEA's open house that will take place this Friday, August 15th from 2 to 7 p.m. and it's taking place at the Curling Club, who graciously offered the space. So very happy that we'll be hosting the open house, and the SSEA is welcoming everyone from the public to come and learn a little bit more about all the great work that they're doing, learn more about all of the things that they're doing. Maybe they'll have some crawfish there that you can, take a look at, all that great work that we've done. So they're doing a lot of really great things for our watershed, and a great opportunity to see that.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Councillor DeRush.
I just have the one, and it's, I hate to say it's in September, but it's before our September meeting. So we have the annual Seniors Barbecue at the Centennial Museum, and it's happening Thursday, September 4th from 11 to 2. So mark it in your calendar, it's $7 per person, and it's a nice little lunch. So lots of live music and lots of fun. So September 4th.
Thank you, Councillor Drush. Any other announcements or inquiries by members of council? COLEs, anything for you on behalf of administration?
Nothing here. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Mr. Murray, if you don't mind, I think but again, there's some questions about what the media release is about, what we're looking at doing. There's no decisions, but if you can just help, what are we doing?
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. As the media release noted a few weeks ago, we are partnering with the town of Midland in a joint microtransit RFP. So this is done in conjunction with our counterparts in the town of Midland. And as you indicated, Your Worship, we're just in exploration phase. No decisions have been made. We're simply exploring alternate transit options that are out there, and microtransit is an emerging transit option that is viable. So right now we're out in an RFP process, and once that's concluded, we'll take that back and bring forward a report to council at a future date for further consideration. But as you said, Your Worship, no decisions have been made. We're still operating our current fixed route transit system between the town of Midland and our town until a decision is made.
Thanks, Mr. Murray. And I think from our lens, this is about looking at how we can enhance service levels. It's nothing any more than that. And once we have more data, we can make some more informed decisions. Thanks, Mr. Murray. Just a couple things I'd like to highlight. Council is going to Ottawa this weekend to represent the community at our annual Association of Municipalities of Ontario conference. I know we have several delegations, and we'll be working on the municipality's behalf. So we're looking forward to that and doing networking and education about how we can bring things back for the community. I want to make another comment. I made it last month. I'm going to do it again today, mainly because our friend from the media is here. And I hope we pick it up. There's been a lot of inappropriate behavior and actions by members of the public to our staff. And I want to stress, it's inappropriate, it's not welcome. And if you want to be like that to our staff, go elsewhere. We're not going to condone it here. We're not welcome to be here. You're not welcome to do it to our team. It's unfortunate we have to make these statements today, but our team's not here to be your punching bag. So I just want to emphasize that let's be respectful to our team. I think if you see everything we did tonight, our team's doing tremendous work, and we are the best, and thank you. But they don't deserve that. So be respectful, and you'll get in kind. But we talked about the All Things Canadian, and we had multiple signs down there that talked about treat our staff with respect. I think it's unfortunate we need to put that out to tell you be nice, but I just wanted to plug that. So if anyone wants to talk about it afterwards, I'm happy to talk. The other one I wanted to highlight, which I haven't mentioned the last little bit, was about your green bin. Please use your green bin. One of the things we talked about at county yesterday, which the deputy mayor did not bring up, is the county audits our waste. And what we have found is 46% of our garbage can be diverted into organics. So literally half of the garbage that we're putting into our garbage cans can go in our green bin. The fact is, Simcoe County will be out of landfill space in less than 2 years. We have less than 2 years, we have no more landfill space. The province of Ontario is less than 10 years and we'll have no more landfill space. So all we're asking is, instead of put it in here, go like this and put it in there. That's all we're asking you to do. So please use your green bin and challenge people. I do all the time. I ask people, that goes in that bin, and please do it and help us out. With that, council, let's move on to our confirmation bylaw. I have a motion reads that the confirmation bylaw 2025-37 be signed and sealed by the mayor and clerks. Moved by Councillor Marchand, seconded by Councillor Leroux. Comments or questions? Call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. We're going to go for a motion to adjourn at 8:43. Against, moved by Councillor Waters and Councillor Drush. All in favor? We're adjourned. We'll be back in 12 minutes to convene Committee of the Whole. Committee of the Whole is what we did just a few minutes ago. So there'll be lots of other things on the agenda. So stay tuned for more good things. Thanks, everyone. All right, Council, look at that. We're back in 12 minutes. We're going to call our Committee of the Whole meeting to order for Wednesday, August the 13th, 2025 at 9:02 p.m. Number 2 is our approval of the agenda. We have a motion that the Committee of the Whole agenda for August the 13th, 2025 be approved as presented, moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councilor Waters. Comments or questions? See none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Council, any declarations of opinion or interest tonight? Seeing none, we'll move on to number 4 is our delegations and presentations. We have one regarding the Town Dock Secondary Plan presentation from Sejeki Planning. Welcome.
Good evening, Your Worship.
Good day. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship, and members of council. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. My name is David Sejeki. I'm a partner at Sejeki Planning. Today, Ms. Betty, would it be possible to, I'm not sure who would pull up, we have a presentation. I'm not sure if it's possible for someone to pull that up.
Yeah, we're just pulling it up.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you. That slide looks a little fuzzy, but that's okay. If we could please move to the next slide, please. Oh, that's great. Now it's coming in clear. Thank you. So today, what I'll be speaking to is just an update on where the study is at, the revised master plan as it's gone through a series of revisions. I'll also be speaking to the revised secondary plan and the next steps. So next slide, please. Why is a secondary plan being completed? As we know, investment is required in the near future to the downtown dock, and prior to this future investment, the town needs to identify the potential opportunities that exist to create a long-term plan for the town dock. And next slide, please. And the purpose of today's presentation is really provide the Committee of the Whole an update on revisions to the master plan as part of the relaunch for the secondary plan. The original town dock secondary plan and master plan were prepared and presented to council back in September of 2022. And today we're providing an update on where the revised plan is at. The work has been completed since 2022, and we'll speak to the revisions that have been made in response to comments from the public and council. So next slide, please. I think we can actually move on to the next slide as well. This slide identifies the project schedule for the original secondary plan and master plan project. So that started way back actually in November of 2020. As part of the process, the consultant team, including ourselves, worked with town staff, the original technical advisory committee, and the public to develop a vision and master plan option for the town dock. This original secondary plan and master plan were presented at a public open house and statutory public meeting in September of 2022. If you can turn to the next slide, please. There were 20 people in attendance at that meeting and 12 people spoke. The key comments were really focused around proposed changes to parking, as well as the boat launch. And following the meeting, the project was put on hold to determine scope and address the comments that came forward from council and the public. So next slide, please. This identifies the work that has been done after the 2022 public meeting. At that time, council directed the creation of a new technical advisory committee to guide the project relaunch. That committee has met for the first time in February 2024. And in total, there have been 8 technical advisory committee meetings, 2 of which were focused on a parking strategy that was prepared for the town by Lee Consulting that I'll speak to shortly, as well as 3 meetings to discuss how the master plan should be refined in the context of these findings. In terms of next steps, which I'll speak to a little bit later, but a public meeting is scheduled to be held on October 8th. With the intention of moving forward to council adoption with the final plan in this winter, so the winter of 2026. So next slide, please. And we can move forward one further, please. Prior to preparing the revised plan, Lee Consulting were retained to prepare a parking strategy for the town dock. They conducted site visits and video surveys to capture the parking operations in 2024. That included the May long weekend, as well as a typical weekend in July. And next slide, please. This just identifies the parking, the findings from the parking study. So a peak demand was observed of 89 spaces in the paved lot of the town dock, as well as 83 spaces in the gravel lot, and 64% of those spaces were used by boat trailers. The study recommended a supply of 109 passenger vehicles and 53 trailer spaces. And to put that into context, that would have resulted in a reduction of 37 passenger vehicle spaces and a reduction of 2 boat trailer spaces from the numbers that exist today. The TAC reviewed those results, and they provided direction to continue to plan for 200 spaces, which is consistent with the existing parking at the town dock. And it results in a significant increase compared to the parking that was indicated in the master plan that was presented back in 2022. So next slide, please. I won't spend much time on this slide, but the few things to note: the study area is 2.8 hectares. That's the area that is outlined by the red hatched line. And within this area, as mentioned, there are approximately 201 spaces. So that comprises both the paved parking area as well as the gravel parking area. And there's a total space that is allocated for parking of 15,500 meters squared. And again, that's over both the gravel and the paved parking area. So next slide, please. This illustrates the revised master plan. I'll walk through where each of these legend items are included. So number 1 is the green area on the plaza. Number 2 identifies a waterfront kiosk. So that's a space that could be set aside for different commercial activities. Number 3 identifies, if you can read it, that's the relocation of the Tourist Information Center. Number 4 identifies an area that has been set aside for public amenities, such as public washrooms. Number 5, and this again is, upon completion of the full vision, would be a location for the town dock, the dock lunch. Number 6 consists of the land above both the relocated dock lunch as well as the public amenity space, and that is an elevated viewing deck. Number 7, which is just south of the public amenity space, is an area that is identified for drop-off for users of the cruise boat. Number 8 is an area set aside for loading spaces. Number 9 is identifies the parking area. So that would be for both car and trailer parking. Number 10 is also a parking area, but that's been identified as flexible parking, meaning that it's an area that for the majority of its time would be set aside for parking, but it would have a different paving treatment and could be used differently during specific events. 11 is a secondary kiosk. 12 is the location of the boat ramp. 13, towards the bottom of the screen, shows the STP access route. And then I do want to identify as well too that there's a 4-way intersection that has been included within this design, and so that is at the intersection of Beck Boulevard and Wolf Street. And you can also see number 14 towards the top, the northern portion of the image, and that would be the location for the tour boat service access. One thing to point out is that the area set aside for parking is a slightly increased area. It's just under 16,000 meters squared, so that is actually up from 15,500 meters squared. The detailed design of the parking lot, namely the layout and associated circulation, are typically beyond the scope of a secondary plan. So that will require detailed design, but the preliminary work that we have done to identify the area for the parking, it's our understanding that it could accommodate approximately 200 parking spaces. So next slide, please. And this just includes a few of the key changes between the original plan compared to the revised plan. So the uses on the waterfront are as originally proposed, including flexible parking design for pop-up events. As mentioned, the area dedicated to parking is similar to that exists today. It is slightly increased by about 450 meters squared, and clearly defined entry and exit points have been identified for different users. And if we go to the next slide, please. And one of the exits has been optimized to permit better maneuvering opportunities, as well as opportunities for dedicated staging areas. As mentioned, there's a new four-way intersection that has been provided at Beck Boulevard, Main Street, and Wolf Street. And overall, it's our opinion that the revised plan improves accessibility and provides better separation between public areas and operational zones. And I would like to thank the Technical Advisory Committee for all their input throughout the process. Next slide, please. And this is just speaking to, if you move one further forward, this is speaking to the revised secondary plan. The majority of the changes and the focus of the relaunch has been on the master plan. However, based on the changes to the master plan, we have updated the secondary plan, and that includes revised schedules A to D, where A identifies a secondary plan area, B includes the land uses that are identified for the town dock, C is the public realm framework, and D identifies movement and transportation throughout the site. So if we go on to the next slide, please. This is speaking to the phasing strategy. The first phase is identified to last approximately 5 years. Again, these are still under development, but those are less of the larger, substantial, more costly endeavors, but it is identified as including new public washrooms, relocation of the Tourist Information Center. The dock lunch would remain in the first phase, and then upon completion of the second phase, we're probably looking at about a 10 to 15-year period. We would see full build out of all of the items that have been identified in the master plan. So next slide, please. And going forward. So just speaking to next steps, I mentioned this earlier, but we're looking at going back out for additional public consultation in October 2025. And the aim is to move the project forward to council adoption this winter with submission to Simcoe County shortly after for final approval. And with that, I'd just like to say thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Council, any comments or questions for our presenter this evening? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. As members of the Town Dock Committee know, I don't like this concept at all. The biggest problem I have with it is we have paid parking and free parking all mixed in together. So if I pull in to go get an ice cream at the dock lunch, I can pull into any spot I like. If I pull in with my boat, I have to pay. So how do we modify who gets to go where? You can't have a mixed parking lot of paid and free mixed. They have to be separated. To do that, we've eliminated one of the entrances. So now if you're coming in with a boat, you have to drive around through all the cars, through all the kids, through all the people getting their food to get over to the dock lunch or to the dock ramp. So to me, that's not a very good idea. We only brought up at our second last meeting the Wolf Street, Beck Street intersection to see how it would work. We haven't heard anything back from the engineering to see if that's possible, anything like that. It was just a concept. I have asked the consultant many times, each of our last 3-4 meetings, what this does for the town. What is the benefit for the town? we don't really gain anything. We make it harder to get on and off the cruise ships. We make it harder for them to get their deliveries, their fuel, their supplies. We make it harder for anybody that's parking at the dock to get in and out of their vehicles, to unload stuff to take to their cottage and return, being their kids and all their goodies and whatever they're using to build up in the islands. And we make it harder for the boats to go through. So some of the stuff in the concept I liked, but a majority of it I do not. And I'm stuck on the entrances, and the parking is just makes absolutely no sense. I've never seen a parking lot in the world where one car can come in and park for free and the next car in has to pay. How would we ever, I've never seen one. So to me, it just won't work.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I think some of these comments belong later. Well, this will come up in planning. We'll talk about it. Is there any specific questions regarding the presentation that anybody has for tonight? Councilor Marchand.
I would just like to say thank you for the presentation and for walking us through so thoroughly for all of council. I think that was really important. I'm also a member of the TAC committee. I think it's important to appreciate that you walked us through each of the phases, where we were, where we're at, and where we're hoping to go. And I think this is really important as a reminder to council in terms of what the original direction is, because we've talked a lot about parking and it's so much more than that. So I really appreciate how you outlined it this evening. And I really think we need to appreciate that we've had consultants come in and provide us parking studies and other pieces. But again, I do appreciate the presentation and how it was laid out for us this evening. So thank you for that.
Thanks, Councilor Marshall. Any other comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much for the work on this. I'm looking forward to bringing this across the finish line. I'm looking at Andrea, I think she is as well, but thanks so much for your work.
Thank you very much.
All right, Council, move on. Number 5 is our council information package. And before we read the motion, does anybody have anything you wish to pull for further comment or question? Okay, seeing none, I'm just going to highlight one. On the August 6th council information package, number 1A is a letter to the leader of the official opposition. That's regarding the CNCC costs. We've asked for a delegation with the leader of the opposition. If council recalls, about a year ago, RCO brought forward a recommendation to ask council to support other ways that we can provide more pressure to the province. And we're going down that path of other ways we can apply other pressure. And one of these is talking to the opposition. So that's there for your information. Okay, the council, the motion reads that the council information packages have been given due consideration be received for information. Again, there's 2, July 23rd and August the 6th. Moved by Councillor Veta-Bunker, second by Councillor Marchand. Comments and questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Councillor Veta-Bunker, please. Transportation Environmental Services section.
Thank you, Your Worship. On tonight's Transportation Environmental Services section, we have one consent item and we have one item for consideration. The consent item is the Payette Water System MECP inspection report for 2025. As council would recall, last month we had the Lepage Water System inspection report, and this is the Payette Water System. Does anybody want to pull this for further discussion or comment? Seeing none, I'll read the motion that the following consent agenda items having been given due consideration be received for information. Payette Water System MECP inspection report. May I have a mover, please? The Deputy Mayor, a seconder, Councillor Marchand. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. The one item we have for consideration is the Columbus Award Drain Drainage Act petition. And I'll read the motion. I'll ask for mover and seconder, and then we'll speak to it. So that the Municipal Road Authority proceed with the submission of a Drainage Act petition and initiate the transition of the existing Columbus Award Drain to a municipal drain in accordance with the Municipal Act. and that notification be provided to the affected landowners and appropriate agencies of the submission. And finally, that WSP Canada Inc. be appointed as the drainage engineer to make an examination and prepare a drainage report in support of the designation of the Columbus Award Drain as a municipal drain under Section 41C of the Drainage Act, RSO 1990 CD 17. May I have a mover for this motion? Thank you. Councillor Darash, second Deputy Mayor LaRose. So we discussed this at section earlier this week, and I'm going to ask our director just to give a quick highlight of this because people may not be familiar with the Columbus Award Drain. I'm familiar with the drain, I just never knew it was named Columbus. I thought it would have been named something else. But in any event, I'll ask the director to give quick highlights of the report, and then I know that we had some questions that we posed at section, and maybe the director can, if he's got the answers to those questions, can incorporate those in his highlights. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The report in front of council tonight is a capital project under the Public Works Department, which is to transition the existing Columbus Award Drain, which dates back to 1896, under the Municipal Drainage Act. The formal process under the Drainage Act requires the town to approve the petition and the submission of petition to transition this under Section 4 of the Drainage Act, and also to appoint a drainage engineer to prepare a report that would be submitted to council for adoption prior to the drainage or the award drain being transitioned as a municipal drain. There is a number of procedures that are stipulated under the Drainage Act. This is the first step in the process that will allow us to proceed with the Drainage Act petition application. There is a comprehensive consultation process with the affected landowners, giving them the rights to ask questions and to appeal. And there's an appeal process as part of the drainage engineer's report that's prepared, which is all part of this process. So this marks the beginning of this Drainage Act application process. Related to the questions that were brought up at section, the apportionment of costs and the maintenance of the drain would be done by the road authority. So certain provisions and certain properties within the drain that currently stands right now, being one in Penetanguishene. There's one that crosses County Road 93, which would be under the jurisdiction of the County of Simcoe, and also it terminating within the town of Midland. Some of the questions that got brought up at section regarding the maintenance of the drain within the Penetanguishene's borders. So any arrangements with the current property owner through which the drain crosses could be entertained by council once the drainage engineer's report is filed.
Thank you, Mr. Director. So at section, and just for the background, the portion of the drain that members of council might be most familiar with is the drain that goes across the frontage of Penetang Sand and Gravel. There's a ditch there, and you may recall there was a lot of work that was done a few years back, including replacement of the box culvert going across 93. Well, that's all part of the Columbus drain. And in your agenda package, it drains a vast area that was outlined. So the owners of Penetang Sand and Gravel have been maintaining that drain as per the recommendations of the director to keep the drain clear. And in conversation with the owners, they have no problem with the drain transitioning from an award drain to a municipal drain. But in terms of the work that's to be done to maintain the drain on their property, they have the equipment, expertise, and manpower to do that, and they would like to continue doing that. So their concern is that it becomes a municipal drain, and then the municipality would direct our third-party service provider for construction-related activities, which is Morton's, to come in and maintain the drain on their property. And they're saying, we've been maintaining the drain for all these years. We'd like to enter into a separate agreement with the municipality, if possible, to maintain the drain in the frontage of our property, as opposed to another company coming in that provides a similar service. So those were the concerns that were expressed, and I'm relaying those concerns this evening. We talked about it at section. The director was going to check with WSP, and my understanding of what was said was that it'll be up to council at the appropriate time to determine how the maintenance of that area takes place. Is that correct, Mr. Murray?
Yes, that is correct. Yep.
Thank you. So that kind of summarizes things from section, I believe, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Any questions from members of council on this particular item? Yes, Councillor Waters.
I do have a question. I'm not sure if it's appropriate now or if we wait till the report comes back. In the past, who paid for the cost of maintaining the drainage? Was it a town expense, and will it continue to be?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Waters. Under the award drain, it was a different methodology for compensation. Under the award drain process, each section of the drain that crossed a particular property, that particular property owner was responsible for the maintenance of the drain. So if there was 6 property owners through which the drain crosses, like it does now, each individual property owner would be required to maintain at their own cost their section of the drain. Under this current proposal, when it transitions to a municipal drain, there's a number of methodologies that have been employed by different municipalities, but essentially the benefiting landowners, the cost would be apportioned through the properties that gain benefit to the drain, so that are tributary to the drain itself. So there's a number of ways of distributing the costs, and one of the that's one of the items, one of the key items that the drainage engineer's report will key in on. So right now it's I can't identify which approach will be taken, but that'll be one of the items that is addressed through the drainage engineer's report.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, we've already heard the motion. We have a mover and a seconder. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to referrals. We have one referral item listed, and that is the septage disposal and treatment resolution. And that's been moved. It's been updated to Q1 2025. And then further updated to Q3 2025. So perhaps toward the end of September, we might get an update on that. Any new referral items that anybody would like to raise? I have one. It has to do with our road maintenance policy. Under our road maintenance policy, with respect to how we address pothole repairs, we have a hierarchy that we followed based on the classification of the road. So if it's a collector, an arterial, or a local road, the number of days that our Public Works Department has to respond to a pothole on a particular road is outlined in our level of service policy. I may get the terminology incorrect here, I apologize, but if it's an arterial and a pothole is determined, then it is to be repaired within 7 days. If it's a collector road, that pothole is to be repaired within 14 days. And if it's a local road, and that's the vast majority of our roads in town, the level of service policy says that that pothole is to be repaired within 30 days. So it jumps from 14 to 30. So my referral item is I'd like the if I get agreement that Public Works looks at the implications of moving that level of service for pothole repair of a local road from 30 days to 21 days. So the hierarchy would be 7, 14, 21. So, and the rationale for that is that I think that, you know, looking at myself, when I see a pothole and it's there for 30 days, I wonder if anybody's noticed that it's actually there, you know. And as you know, I do walk the neighborhoods and I do see these. So I think that, you know, for a variety of reasons, including what I just mentioned, having that local road pothole repair level of service move from 30 to 21, I think would be good. But I understand that there may be implications, a cost implication and whatnot. So I'm just asking that be reviewed. So I'd like to put that forward as a new referral. Madam Clerk, did you capture that? Thank you. Is there a seconder for that? His Worship Mayor Rawson. Any discussion on that referral? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. So I'll read the motion that the Transportation Environmental Services section endorse the following additional and existing referrals to upcoming agendas and staff that we. The SEPTAS disposal and treatment resolution, which was there, and the additional item, which is the level of service policy with respect to pothole repairs on local streets. May I have a mover, please? Councillor Marshaw, seconder. Councillor Waters, all those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Question periods from the media and the public. Seeing none, Your Worship, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vadabunker. We move on to 7, Section B, Recreation Community Services section. I'm going to turn the chair to Councillor LaRue.
Thank you, Your Worship. Consent agenda, we have two. That the following consent agenda items haven't been given a due consideration be received for information, and it's a memo from the Director of Recreation Community Services regarding Penetanguishene Memorial Community Center chiller replacement, and the second one is a memo from the Director of Recreation Community Service in regards to the Ontario Trillium Foundation capital grant. Does anyone have any questions or concerns with either one of these? None. I have a mover, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Marchand, all in favor? Thank you. And the matters for consideration, we have none. So referrals to upcoming agenda is that the Recreation and Community Service section endorse the following additional and existing referrals to upcoming agenda and staff. We have the one is the memorial opportunity. Does anyone wish to add any? None. So mover and a seconder, Councillor Waters and Councillor DeRush, all in favor. Thank you. And that's back to you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor. 8, Section C, Planning Community Development Services section. I'm going to turn the chair to Councillor DeRush.
Thank you very much. The Planning Community Development Services section has 4 consent agenda items. The first is the OLT decision for 221 Fox Street, which is Queen's Court. The second is the memo from the planner regarding complete applications for 25 Jeffrey, 19 Harriet Street. The third is a Planning Community Development second quarter update. And finally, a memo from the Municipal Law Enforcement Officer, and it's regarding the monthly activity report for June 2025. Does anyone want to speak to any of these items? Yes, Mayor Rawson.
I just want to speak to the municipal law enforcement update. I don't need to pull a motion. I just want to make a comment.
Go ahead.
I just want to say thanks. This is a good one. As I mentioned earlier, the CAO and I have done our Main Street walkabouts. And a couple of years ago, we heard from the business community that we were not enforcing parking on the main street. That was the big thing we heard a couple of years ago. This year, we're actually hearing we're doing too much enforcement. And it's, I think, a difficult balance. And we heard from some businesses that, you know, we are sometimes aggressive with our parking, but they understand the way that the rules are put forward. What I appreciate in the report was, and it's contrary to what I heard when we're out talking to people, is the positive things happening. So, for example, parking enforcement resulted in 47 parking tickets, 62 verbal warnings, 11 warning tickets. We're not hearing that. We hear the other side that we're just doing the enforcement piece, and I've received multiple calls and inquiries about not doing proactive education in support of the community. But Andrew, to you and the team, I appreciate this kind of feedback. It's really helpful when we're talking, and I think it really helps to say, no, like, this is the positive work's being done. I like seeing all the positive trending that's happening on here, but items like that's really good. So I think this is a good news all around. I appreciate the feedback. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Do we have any other comments for any other items? Seeing none, I'll read the motion that the following consent agenda items having been given due consideration be received for information. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Marchand, seconded by Councillor Vademokar. We'll go to the vote. All in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. We have two matters for consideration, and the first is the all-terrain vehicles and off-road vehicles permission on municipal roads. I'll read the motion and then we can discuss. The motion reads that that based on feedback received through the bylaw 2024-2929, authorization be provided to all-terrain, multi-purpose off-highway utility and recreational off-highway vehicles, off-road vehicles on municipal roads moving forward, and that staff be directed to bring forward a bylaw to formalize this authorization. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please, for this motion? Moved by Councillor Marchand, seconded by Councillor Vademokar. Any comments or questions regarding this motion and this report? Yes, Councillor Marchand.
Thank you very much for the report, and I was really happy to see that we piloted this motion. I originally was not in favor of this pilot and having ATVs on the sides of the road. I was really happy to see the detail in terms of the complaints received, which were really minimal, and really in community there's been really positive responses that people are being respectful. There has been a few odd things that, you know, I've heard with people being aggressive on the side of the road, but they've been addressed, and I am happy to see that people are being respectful, they're utilizing it, and thanks for the thoroughness of the trial. I think that was important to try things before we jump right into it, and we did a good job to evaluate that, staff did, so thank you for that.
Thank you for those comments. Anyone else wish to? Yes, Councillor Vademokar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to comment that I thought the report was really well done. I appreciated the analysis that was in the report. So thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Anyone else wish to pipe in? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. All in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. The next item is the Town Dock Master Plan and Secondary Plan. And you have the two attachments there, and I'm quite sure that everyone's read this report. So I'll read the motion and then we'll go from there. That the Town Dock Secondary Plan and Master Plan prepared by Sajecki Planning Inc. dated July 25th, 2025 be received, and that staff be directed to conduct public consultations on the plans as outlined in staff report PL-2025-25, and further that staff be directed to report back on the results of the public consultation in Q1 to 2026. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Waters, seconded by Councillor Vademokar. Comments or questions? Yes, Councillor Vademokar.
Thank you. I also sit on the TAC committee, and the deputy mayor outlined his concerns, and he was very consistent with what he said tonight, as what he said at our meetings, and not everybody is supportive of this plan. Not everybody on the committee, but there's divergent viewpoints. There's some strengths in this plan, and there's some weaknesses, but overall, it was felt that it was in a state where it could move forward for public input, and I think that's where it's at today. And I will be supporting this to go out to the public to get comments from the public on the work that the committee has done. I think it's worthy of going out, and that's why I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Anyone else wish to make comment or questions? Yes, Councillor, Deputy Mayor LaRose.
Thank you. I won't go into my big spiel again. Don't worry. Just a question. When are we going out, and what are we going out with?
You mean for public consultation?
Correct.
Okay, so we'll ask Director Betty to maybe elaborate on that.
Yes, thank you very much. Through you, Councillor DesRoches, to Deputy Mayor. So the consultation would follow somewhat of a standard pattern that we do for planning applications or any development applications. So we would do a survey. We would put the information out there for the public to provide comments. We would have an open house, and we would have a public meeting at a committee of the whole meeting so that council could hear the feedback from the public. And so that is intended, so we start providing sort of notice as soon as possible in September and throughout September and October to solicit feedback from the public.
Go ahead.
I have a bit of a problem with that as well. There's no way to inform the boating group in September. By the time this gets back to here, it's going to be October. Boaters aren't using boat ramps and parking lots and ice cream stands so much in October. This is something that should have went out that they can see. Being that we go through thousands upon thousands of tourists down there. They're not here. They don't understand what's going on. They don't see this stuff. They don't watch our council meetings. I was looking more forward to something like a 4x8 sheet with a plan saying this is the concept. How do I, this is what I can look at. You're standing here. This is what we're proposing. That way the people that are from out of town that use that bring in the revenue to our town would have a chance to comment on it. If we just go to the locals and put out our little thing like we usually do, we're going to get none of the people that use that facility a lot.
Yes, Director Betty.
Sorry, just to potentially add some information or clarify some things. So this is an application that we do have a contact list for. And that includes a number of boaters who have participated in our meetings in the past. I do recognize that the timing in the season isn't ideal, but given the work that's been happening over this month, this is as quick as we can possibly move forward to do this public consultation. But we will do our best to reach out to as many residents and tourists and users of the town dock. Again, through our social media channels, radio if we choose to do that one, as well as our mailing and contact lists.
Thank you for those comments. Yes, Mayor Rawson.
I'm going to disagree with the Deputy Mayor. I think, Deputy Mayor, we've done some great work on public consultation, and I disagree on the public feedback. I think we want to hear from the public. I think we want to hear from all users, whether they're tourists or locals. I think we want divergent views from everyone. I think tonight we looked at the ATV, we looked at a rec master plan. I think we have demonstrated we're doing a great job doing consultation and getting feedback. And I think we're predisposed and we're going to get a negative result. I would argue the good work we've done with radio and other things, we're getting good feedback. I think Councillor Vettebonker said a while ago, there are polar views or different perspectives, and that's fine. I think what we're looking for is what's the future going to look like and what is this going to be? And I think it can be exciting where we're going. I think the next step is the community part, and I think our staff has demonstrated we're doing good work hearing from the public And it's on us to be able to inquire to get people to participate. So I'm trusting the process, and I think we're doing the right thing.
Thank you for those comments. Councillor Marsha.
The committee that we have struck, the TAC committee, I have learned more about the length of a trailer and pulling a boat in a 3-point turn, which I absolutely appreciate from the people, from the residents who are sitting on that committee that are boaters who use the launch on a regular basis. So I think to say that we're not going to get enough boater voices heard, I think they'll be the ones that fill the room. I really feel strongly that regardless that it's October, there will be feedback with regards to it because there's so many people that do use our public boat launch and ramp. And again, I can't emphasize enough, and I'm probably the polar opposite in the committee in that we're so stuck just on parking. There's just so much more, and I'll steal a line from Councillor DeRush. We want to be bold around what we do with this dock space. It's not just about where we park and launch a boat. It's about green space. It's about welcoming, getting people out of their cars, active transportation. We're looking at our master rec plan. How do we connect all of our trails? How do we keep people flowing and moving and doing all of those pieces? So not everyone has a boat. Not everyone is worried about strictly the parking piece. And I think it's important that we not lose sight that this is so much bigger than just our beautiful and great boat launch. And I appreciate that. And I know it draws revenue and it brings people down to our waterfront. I think we just need to think broadly around like all of the pieces that pull us together. And I think I'm happy that we're going out one more time in terms of getting some additional feedback. We've seen this trajectory in terms of this project where it started, and this is something that, as a member of council, I'm hoping to, we see this continue and the not just put aside the work that's been done. Yes, there's strengths and weaknesses to this plan, absolutely. But I think we really need to move forward and make some decisions on this one. So I'm going to be supporting the motion that we move forward. And I look forward to, I'm happy to send it out on socials and get the word out to have people come in and give some feedback and ensuring we're getting all the right amount of feedback as well.
Thank you for those comments. I think we're ready for the vote. Is it different?
Yes.
Okay, go for it.
I am also in favor of tuning that place up down there and bringing some green space and stuff in. The problem that the committee ran into was they couldn't get past the parking in the beginning. Once people understood that it takes X amount of feet to pull a boat, park a boat, back up a boat, get to a trailer, that's where we're getting at. We missed the boat, as I said earlier, with the paid versus free. I've never, and I challenge anybody to let me know if you've ever seen a parking lot where you park for free and I pay. Then the next 4 people don't pay and these guys go. So we're halfway there. I want to see the stuff tuned up. There was some great stuff brought forward, but we're missing the boat.
Okay, thank you for those comments, and I guess that'll be good to have at a public consultation. We'll hear what people have to say about all those items. We'll go to the vote. All in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. Referrals to upcoming agendas. So we have the one remaining item, and so I'll read the motion that the Planning and Community Development Services section endorse the following additional existing referrals to upcoming agenda and staff, and that is regarding 161 Church Street, and it's to look at options for future use, including parkland, and it's slotted for Q4 2026. Now, that is included in our master plan, I believe, but it'll still be reviewed, or yes, okay. Are there any items that we want to add to this? Any other referral items we want to add? See none, I'll ask for a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Deputy Mayor LaRose, seconded by Mayor Rawson. Go to the vote. All in favor? Opposed? So the motion is carried. Question period for media and public. Seeing none, we'll move it back to you, Mayor Rawson.
Thank you so much, Councillor DeRush. Moving on, number 9, Section D, Finance and Corporate Services section. Turn the chair to Councillor Marshaw.
Thank you, Your Worship. For Finance and Corporate Services on the consent agenda, we have 2 items. I will read those items out, and if we want to pull them, I'll look for that. That the following consent agenda items, having been given due consideration, be received for information. The first one is the 2025 Q2 financial summary, and the second is the 2024 Building Department annual financial report. Can I get a mover and seconder on that? Moved by Councillor Duras, second by Councillor Water. Any questions or comments on those 2 reports? Councillor Bedevancourt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick comment on the 2024 Building Department annual financial report. That the information in the report is concerning to me, but I understand that we're in the midst of doing a fee review. And those recommendations on building and planning fees will come forward in the coming months, and hopefully we'll be able to address the troublesome trend that has been outlined in this report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. Matters for consideration. The first one that we have before us is the 2024 surplus analysis. I will read the motion and then look for mover and seconder to get it on the floor. That the 2024 taxation operating surplus of $493,165 be allocated to the 2025 Roads Garage Wash Bay Capital Project to reduce the amount of budgeted debt of $1 million required to fund this project. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Deputy LaRose, seconded by Councillor Duras. Questions or comment with regards to the report? Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Duras has inspired me tonight. She's made a comment about being bold 3 times. This is a great report. I want to thank Carrie for it. This talks about applying a surplus, almost $500,000 towards a Wash Bay project, which we've already done through our capital program, and we've already funded this through our own source funding. And in essence, we already have outlined how we're going to take care of that. And now with our surplus, we're suggesting let's put the surplus towards that project, which we've already funded and put it through the capital program. Tonight at council, earlier this evening, we talked about engaging Colliers to move forward with our multi-use recreation center. And we know that we're going to need to put money aside to do whatever that's going to be. And that program talks about project management, talks about a lot of things, but we really need to get serious about the financial outlay that we need to do to that. We have this surplus that's before us for a project we've already earmarked, and we've already said how we're going to fund it. I'd like to put this $493,000 towards that project. Let's put it towards our MERC, put it in the reserve, and then we're ready to move forward in the future. We've got it, and we can move forward with what the work and what the details are going to come out from the Colliers project. This is the time, if I can take some of Councillor Drus's comments about us being bold and making these statements. Here's $500,000 where we can be bold and we can say, yes, let's do this. So, Madam Chair, I'd love to hear everyone else's comments about that, but based on that, I'd be happy to move an amendment to the motion to state that.
Thank you, Your Worship. Any comments or questions on that? Deputy LaRose?
Thank you. It's the same money. We were self-funding $1 million. We have to pay that money back to ourselves. If we use this $500,000, we just decreased our own loan asset to ourselves, which frees up more money. So to me, it makes no sense to take the surplus money and not apply it to a debt that we've created ourselves for ourselves, from ourselves. It makes no sense.
Thank you for those comments. Anyone else? Councillor Bedevancourt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the mayor's suggestion is an intriguing one. I can't disagree with the logic. It's something I've been talking about and wondering about for a year now. My concern and what I'm wondering about is how we're going to pay for this new recreation facility when we only have less than $1 million in the reserve. But I do have a concern with respect to the policing surplus. When I read the report, because we've had issues with policing costs, I don't know what the status of the reserve is, but I would have thought that that policing surplus might go back into the policing reserve for those times where we have costs that exceed what we've budgeted. But I don't disagree with what the mayor suggested as well.
Councillor Duresh?
Again, I too understand both views, because I understand that the money that we have is all the same money. It's just in the way that we're managing it. But again, I think the mayor's suggestion is symbolic. It is showing the community that we're in, and that we're serious about moving forward with the MERC. So I certainly understand where that's coming from.
Any other questions or comments, or anything that perhaps staff would like to comment on? Good. Sorry, Councillor Bedevancourt, were you wanting to make a change with regards to the surplus around the policing, or was it just a comment that we weren't putting it there? I just wanted to clarify if there was something you were putting out.
It was a comment. That was before I heard what the mayor had to say, but that was my thinking coming into the meeting today. It was that, that policing surplus should have been taken out and allocated to the policing reserve. The rest could have gone that way, but then the mayor presented his bold view there, and I think it's got merit. So that's where I'm coming from.
Thank you. I just wanted to ensure that I didn't miss anything there. Your worship, are you looking to put an amendment on the table with regards an amendment to the current motion?
Yes, I'm happy to move an amendment that the 2024 taxation operating surplus of $493,165 be allocated to, and I'll let Madam Treasurer identify whether we got a reserve fund for that already or earmarked for the MERC. I'll let her craft where she.
Carrie.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair, to Mayor Rawson. I did kind of have my hand up. I had a couple comments, but it related to your question. It's called the Arena Reserve, which is where we have been transferring funds for the rehabilitation and or the reconstruction of the arena. So that's where those funds are right now, and where you're proposing to allocate the 2024 year-end surplus. If I can just comment that I think we both had the same intent, and it is really just a reallocation of where the money is being held for the future project, being the multi-use rec facility. In my report, I did in as much say that without naming the actual project, but if council wishes to be bolder, I might suggest that the HEC reserve fund is just that. It's a reserve fund with its own bank account, and it does earn its own bank interest on the funds in there, whereas the Arena Reserve does not. I understand that you do want to make an impression and a motion to allocate funds to the future of the MERC project. Another option to consider could be, which was kind of in my head when I was writing this, would be that council could consider to allocate the entire HEC reserve fund to the future MERC project. And that was my intent in terms of reducing the money that we're spending on internal loans through that, because I do know that when the time comes, we do need large various sources of monies to put towards this project. Just a suggestion, it's really the same thing if you're allocating it, but by leaving it where it is, in terms of the motion, you are earning bank interest specifically on money allocated to the MERC project.
Thank you for that. Did you want to finalize that motion? Sorry.
I personally think I'd like it to go in a MERC reserve. I hear the arena, we've got an arena reserve type, but if we don't build for 12 and a half years and we didn't get this OTF funding for a new chiller today, we'd be going to the reserve to do capital repairs to the arena today. I think the new MERC and the arena are two separate discussions. I think we have capital upgrade things we want to do to the arena. I think our arena reserve is capital upgrades we want to do to the arena. I think we want to talk about a MERC reserve for the future.
Councillor Bedevacourt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand what's being said here, but I understood that there was going to be a report come forward this fall dealing with the financial aspect of the MERC. And is the time tonight, or do we wait until we get that report in terms of the financial strategy for funding the new recreation center? I just pose that because I don't disagree with what you're saying. For me, it's a matter of timing. When do we do that? Thank you.
I would just add that I know that that's not going to be enough for the new MERC, so it's not like this is getting us started. I think, the comment about being bold and making these decisions, it'll still be our fund. It's not that we can't ever use it from that perspective. I think this is the beginning of ensuring that we have dedicated money for this project from that perspective. So, Your Worship, can you just repeat the motion that you have so we can see if there's a mover and a seconder, and then we can go from there?
Sure. I think the treasurer has some.
Sorry, Carrie, go ahead.
If I can add one other comment related to the reallocation of the surplus, I would suggest that maybe we include changing the arena reserve to the MERC reserve. The arena capital, the current arena capital funding required is done annually through the budget process. The arena reserve is not and was not funded for that. It really was just a very simple named reserve because at the time we didn't know, are we going to rehabilitate our arena or reconstruct?
Okay.
So the amendment would be that the 2024 taxation operating surplus of $493,165 be allocated to the arena reserve account to be renamed the MERC.
Can we get a mover for that?
He is moving.
Sorry, you're moving. I apologize. Second.
I certainly will second it.
Councillor Leroux. Any other questions or comments? Oh, yes.
I have more questions on the actual thing, but feel free to do with the amendment, but I got more questions about the actual report.
All those in favor for the amendment? Right? Opposed? Motion carries. Can we just keep the side conversations, please? Is there any other questions with regards to this report? Yes, Your Worship.
Thank you. So when I read the report, I'm looking down at costs and where the surplus came from. I'd like to understand a little bit about fire protection. Fire protection cost us $150,296 more. I'd like to understand what that's from. When I read the report, it talks about mainly due to higher than budget volunteer firefighter remuneration benefits related to response calls and training. we've been working through the fire relationship with Midland, and we've got a consultant review that we're looking at that. And when we look at the data meaning calls for service, we're not seeing huge spikes, and we're actually not seeing the time on task. So I don't understand, because that data is not telling us we're seeing those big impacts. But this report's telling me there's $150,000 of increased costs. I don't understand where that's coming from. I'm wondering if the CEO or the treasurer could help us with that.
Through Madam Chair to Mayor Rawson, I'll just ask Director of Finance to address those questions as she's got a little more depth on all the various variances. Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair, to Mayor Rawson. The analysis for those divisions and departments that were in a deficit, I did review myself. Of the $150,000 for the fire department, almost $145,000 was related directly to volunteer firefighter costs, remuneration, benefits, and training. Which leaves really not much of overage of $5,000 in all the other expense categories. In terms of why the volunteer firefighter response calls, work night, and training are over budget by $145,000, I do know that I don't have the details in terms of the specifics of each of those line items. I did request the data on the response calls for last year versus this year, 221 versus this year, a 5% increase to 231 response calls. Through other budget discussions or funding discussions, I do know there has been increased training requirements legislated for volunteer firefighters. So I do know that additional training dollars was allocated for that purpose as well. Without the fire chief here to assist in a more detailed response, that's the information I have this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. CEO, I see a lot of holes here, to be honest. We have an agreement with the town of Midland for our fire chief, which we're working through that relationship. We're working through the new relationship on fire service. The data doesn't make sense to me. Would it be possible to get a little more details from the fire chief for next meeting when this comes back to council to answer some of these questions? Would that be a fair result? And if I can, Madam Chair, I also have some questions about the public works. There's a deficit of 101,000. To Councillor Vedabakur, you've advocated lots about pothole repair and the like. I see a lot of positive work, and that makes sense to me. I see here asphalt, gravel, road maintenance, costumes. Like, I see a lot of that work. That makes sense to me. But this, I'm having a hard time seeing it from the data I'm seeing. Would that be fair to get more data and information next time?
Through Madam Chair to Mayor Rawson, happy to get some more depth and more detail pulled and put together in consultation with the chief, and we can probably present that via memo on our September agenda. Thank you.
Any other questions about the report? Okay, we don't have to. We already voted on the motion and everything. Okay. So we're voting on the motion as amended? Okay. So can I get a mover? I don't know. We already did, right? Like, we don't need to, that one's done, correct?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You have a mover and a seconder, but you did not call for the vote on the amended motion.
So on the amended, we are voting on the original, which is the original report. Sorry, I don't mean to be so confused.
We voted on the amendment.
We voted on the amendment. And now we're voting on the amended report. No? Okay, I'm sorry. I don't mean to, I'm confusing myself.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the original motion is there's still a mover and a seconder, but there was no vote on that motion.
It's the wrong ship.
So I'm reading the one with regards to the reallocation of the funding. But we had an amendment to that motion, so we've already voted on that. That's why I'm.
Sorry, Madam Chair. So the original motion is still on the floor. There was a mover and a seconder, but that motion needs to be defeated, or if that's what council chooses.
Sorry, my apologies. So we had a mover and seconder, so a call for the vote on the original motion. All those in favor? Opposed? That motion is declined. Not carried? I don't even know what that's at. Thank you. Defeated. Thank you. My apologies. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. It is also 10:15. Okay, so the next matter for consideration is the 2024 year-end financial report. I'll read the motion that the 2024 non-cash transactional and the projected 2025 non-cash transactional be approved without amending the budget as outlined in the 2024 year-end financial staff report FIN-2025-15, and that the 2024 reserves and reserve fund continuity schedule be approved. Can I get a mover? Councillor Waters, seconder. Mayor Rawson, any questions or comments with regards to the report? Okay. Seeing none, I'll call for a motion. All those in favor? Opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. For referral items, we have 3 items on the referral list. Can the digital sign be removed? Oh, that's the next, that's I think the additional one, right? That not the one that we just received a report. So that the Finance and Corporate Services section endorsed the following additional and existing referral to upcoming agenda. The Cultural Alliance provide options for the town to move forward with cultural initiatives. The digital sign, so present a plan for implementation of digital signs throughout the town, and the Electra inviting Electra to come and present. Any other items to be added? Seeing none, can I get a mover and a seconder? Deputy LaRose, seconder, Councillor Bedevancourt. All those in favor? Opposed? That also carries. Questions from the media public? None at this time. Back to you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Marchand. We're looking for a motion to adjourn at 10:14 p.m. Moved by Councillor Waters, second by Councillor Drush. All in favor? Have a good evening, everyone. Thank you.